I love that sound effect. Look at this. Another one. Welcome to the Fiverr's live trading room. These sounds effect, amazing. Maybe I'm just the only one who really likes them. But yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fiverr's live trading room. Let's make some money. Let's make some money today. Slow money, not that fast money. We don't want to get we don't want to lose that account immediately. We want to slowly but surely make some process here, and we got some nice trades going. I'm gonna switch directly over to my screen here, and we're gonna jump right in. I put some music on. Mike infected me with the ABL virus. Need to put some music on. Let me see if I can get more of a zoomed out look on myself. I can fit into that little window. All right, look at that, beautiful. Let's pull the camera up a little bit. Nice. No, not that good. My face, I feel like my face is small. I feel like I have a very round but small head. It's weird to try to fit into the layout here. Okay, I'm gonna have to stand straight and look straight into the camera. Be serious. Right, okay, so we got, what do we have here? What do we have here on screen? We got USD CAD. That's not the one we want to look at. We want to look at USD. What did I just say that? Euro USD, almost the same thing. It sounds the same. Music, we're gonna put on music. Let me see. What music do we want to hear? What's this? And do I need to lower the sound as well? Can I hear that? Oh, look at that. This is nice. This is nice. Tuesday. It's not Tuesday morning. It's like Tuesday late morning. And I feel like, you know what? Let's just put this on, go out, sit in the sun, and just listen to the birds. You know what I mean? That's the life of a swing trader. If I was not, if I weren't doing these live streams, that's what I would be doing. Just, checking my phone every 2 hours to see what the positions are doing, waiting for those alerts to go off, just chilling, just having a good time. Right, okay, so we're looking at Euro USD right here. Good morning and welcome, everyone. We got Henry. What's up, Henry? Hope you're doing good. We got a lot of people here as well that I can't pronounce their name, and I love you all. Doesn't matter where you're from, and doesn't matter if I'm terrible at trying to pronounce names. Henry says a Euro USD long to 1.17435. Yeah, that's cool. We're in a trade on Euro USD right now. I'm gonna go before I kind of go into the analysis of this one. I want to share MetaTrader right away, just to show you the orders that we have here. I know you guys been following this trade for a while, so these are the orders that we have for Euro USD. You can see here that I managed to average into this position slowly but surely. And what we're going to do now is we're going to calculate the total risk that we have on this trade. I can't let go of my head. I gotta just fix that. Okay, so what would I do? This is the position. These are the orders that I have on Euro USD, and I've averaged into this one, right? I've averaged into this one. I have no account to trade. What you want to do, man, is you want to save up some money, get an evaluation account, get that funded, make more money, get another evaluation account, get that funded, and make some more money. That's what you should be doing. But first, you should probably check out these live streams and learn how to first trade, and then when you know that, get into the program. First of all, though, let me just say that this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. We are not financial advisors. We're not even the financial institution here at the Fiverr. We are not, not providing you with financial advice or recommendations on what to buy or sell. We're only here for entertainment. Actually, you know what? I'm just here for entertainment. Maybe educational purposes and information purposes, but honestly, probably like 99.9% entertainment. other people stand, you know, other people can do the educational content and the informational purpose, like, but I'm here strictly for entertainment purposes. Okay, yeah, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to look at this. We're going to see what... So first of all, I see that I don't have a stop loss in on this one. I don't have a TP on that one. So what I'm going to do is, you're not going to see the window pop up, but I'm going to copy the stop loss. First, copy the stop loss from that one, go into this one, add the stop loss on that one. As you can see, boom, we have the stop loss added on that one. Going to be adding the stop loss on that position as well, going into this one to copy the take profit order, taking that take profit order, adding it to this one. You know, when you're live streaming alone like I am doing right now, which, you know what, I quite like it. At least in the first hour or so. Then I get tired and then I want someone to join. But honestly, I quite like it. And we have James was going to join the live trading room. Unfortunately, James had something he needed to do, so he will be back. And by the way, you don't know who James is, but James is an awesome trader that we're going to bring on to this show as a guest. Okay, so we have all the stop losses and all the TP in here. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to calculate where do we have our average entry. Okay, where do we have our average entry? So, as you can see, I have bought right here. I have a position of 1.03. By the way, guys, like the video, not the video, but the live stream. Like the video, like the live stream. Go into the description or wherever you're watching. There's also a giveaway link. We're going to be giving away accounts. And what we want you guys to do, I'm going to talk about that a bit later, but we have a giveaway and a competition going on, and I want you to do certain things. So go into that giveaway link. There's going to be instruction there. You can find it in the pinned comment. You can also find it in the description of this live stream. Okay, so you can see here I bought 0.01 here, 0.01 here, same down here, but here I've entered a 0.01 and a 0.03, which means in this region right here I have 0.04. So you combine this and that's 0.02 right here, 4 with this one, that's 5, so 2, 5. Where could we have the average entry? I'm gonna see if I can calculate around my average entry being around this area. So what I can do then is I can put in a limit order using the position size calculator right here. Gonna have my stop loss, doesn't matter because we're only gonna be looking at the actual risk here. Okay, so what's the total position size of this? It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0.07. 0.07. So total risk of this trade right now down to this stop loss is 1.39. Okay, that's 1.39 and that's where I have the stop loss right now. Now, what I think I can do is we go out to the daily here. You can see that we already have a good confirmed bounce right here. Okay, so we already have a good confirmed bounce right here, and I would now like to limit the risk on this trade, because if price comes back all the way down here, I would not be very interested in staying in this position. So now let's try to see if we can increase risk. Okay, so that's the stop loss right here. Now, should we modify that stop loss? Yes, I believe we should. So I want to put it right here. We're going to do that for all the positions. Moving that stop loss up. Perfect. And now, what's our risk on this trade? Our risk is now 1%. Okay, so we now have 1% risk in this trade right here, which is good. Where is our stop loss? Our TP. Our TP is right above in this area right here. So now we have managed this trade, and I'm most likely not going to be managed this trade anymore unless we break out. So that's the trade management of this trade. This is the only open position I have right now as a swing trade on EUR USD. Now that we have that done, let's move over to TradingView so we can look at the actual analysis and start looking at other potential trades that we might want to be entering. Now, where is the next phase of my trade management on EUR USD? Well, that's going to be here. As you can see here on EUR USD, I do believe that we're putting in a nice potential bottom formation right here. We can see that we have that downtrend. You have a trend line. You can easily visually connect the highs here, and you have a trend line breaking in above that one. Looks like it's now creating a potential. It's creating a higher high. It's a breaking structure in terms of the new high that we had created. We want to be looking for a higher low as well. And if we get that, that's a confirmation of a breakout structure, at least on the 4-hour. But then on the daily, it's still a downtrend on the daily. What I want to see here is a higher swing low on the daily for my next trade management of this position. And then of course, if we reach that local, I'm going to be watching for price, how price is reacting to that one, and perhaps take that very low, that position I got in at the very low around this area, maybe close that position. That's going to be in quite a good amount of profit. Close that one, limit the risk on the whole position, maybe move stops back to entry at that point. So it's a risk-free trade. It's not, there's no such thing really as a risk-free trade, but what I mean is I'm not going to be losing any account balance if that trade hits the stop loss at entry. But there is of course nothing like a risk-free trade, because if you're moving stops to entry, you're in a sense risking giving back all the unrealized profit and loss. There's no such thing in trading as risk-free. Do not get fooled by that word. No such thing as risk-free. What's up, Marina? Hope you're doing good. Welcome everyone who is looking at gold. Everyone's probably looking at gold, and we're going to be looking at gold here shortly as well. What's up, Hippopotamus? I got that on the first try. That's quite impressive. What's up, man? Welcome everyone. Akash Farouk says, are you selling EU? Absolutely not. Are you crazy? Why would you want to be selling EU here? That's insane. Maybe on an intraday basis though. Maybe on an intraday basis. I mean, look at the 1 hour. No, like no way. I'm not going to be selling Euro USD here. Oh man, it's super bullish. Super bullish. Now that's my opinion. That's my opinion. It's not even my opinion. It's just okay. Akash. Ah man, you wanna enter a sell right now? Let's see. Well, good luck on that. Let me know when your stop loss is hit. No, I'm kidding. Just good luck on that, man. Wish you all the best. Yeah, I mean, you could short it, and then intraday it's gonna hit your TP, and we're both gonna make money on that one. Okay, we're gonna look at gold. All right, we got Dinesh saying I am bullish on EU. Good stuff, man. Welcome. I'll give you an account. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. You know what? Like, I don't care if you agree with me on these live streams. You know, we're going to be doing what we're doing, and we're going to be following our own analysis, which is that's the way to do it. I don't know where this fib was created from, but it's not correct. Okay, so on gold. Now gold looks amazing. Gold looks absolutely amazing, guys. We need that like number to go up. We got 29 likes. We got 120 people looking, and 29 of you actually like this. If there's more than 21 of you liking this, then you have to go and like the video. I know it's like, oh man, now he starts talking about liking the video again, but it really helps when you like the video. It's like I get this sensation of self-worth when I see the like number going up. So if you want to make my day, click that like, make me feel like I'm likable, and then I can call my mom and say, look at this, I got many likes on the YouTube video, I'm now famous. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Hit the like. Okay, so we got the fib right here. We're going to be adding the 50% fib. You see the 50% fib here is, and the horizontal level that we put on the chart here is right between the 0.618 and the 50% fib. It's absolutely such a... Oh, you liked the video twice. That's amazing. I don't think it works like that though, but I do appreciate that, because if you like it and then you dislike it and then you like it again. But I like that. I like you putting in the effort. Okay, so on the 4 hour, this is just the perfect level for not Euro USD. It's a perfect level for gold. We had one of those on the S&P 400 yesterday. You guys remember S&P 400 yesterday? We looked at this trade right here, where I said, you know, we have a perfect level right here. It came down, hit that 0.618, and then absolutely went crazy, shot up into all-time all-time highs, and of course now trading below where we had. Well, it's not below yesterday's candle. Still looking very bullish, very strong here. But it's just interesting that we had that very similar break and retest of a perfect level on the S&P 400, and I said when the level is this perfect, a lot of times it gets front ran. This time it almost hit the stop loss. So going back to gold, I like the characteristics of gold here is I feel like it's almost like Bitcoin, and I've been trading Bitcoin. It's the first asset I bought ever. It's the first asset that I started trading. I was born in the crypto market of 2017. I'm not that old, and that's where I learned how to trade. So Bitcoin, I know Bitcoin, and when I started trading the forex market, and especially gold, I saw a lot of similarities between gold and Bitcoin in the sense that it really likes to surprise people. It really likes to not hit the perfect level. It's either gonna front run the perfect level. So if this is the perfect level, it's gonna hit like here, it's gonna bounce here, or it's gonna go all the way down here and then start moving higher. So it's like you look at gold and like, this whole area right here could potentially be a good buying opportunity, which makes it difficult to trade gold. But this is a very good level. So I'm gonna be watching this level right here. I'm gonna put on an alert right here, watching for that level. Let me go and see. Do we have any news? I don't think we have any news today. Right, that lure guide is. Okay, can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened right there. Someone's saying I froze. Yep. Good. I don't know what happened. It's weird. The lure guy is saying my account blowing days are over. No, you're not saying that. You're saying my account blowing days are behind me. Fibbo. I like Fibbo. That's a good name. I never used that. I should be using it more. Fibbo. Okay, so Fibbo with some confirmation trading swing highs and swing lows. I am finally profitable as long as I control impulses and follow my rules. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it, man. Get a simple system. Get a simple system and just consistently follow what you find is getting you good results. You stay consistent. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that. I do definitely appreciate that. Nice, doing the 5K funded challenge. Good stuff, man. Good stuff, man. Yeah, I mean, but also remember this is very important. Today you sound very confident, and just be careful that confidence doesn't become over. You don't go into the realm of overconfidence, which is so incredibly easy and dangerous. It's like when everything's going well, it feels so good, but you kind of have to pace yourself. You got to make sure that mentally you're just waking up and saying to yourself, okay, yesterday was a good day, but I'm not supposed to get overly excited based on what happened yesterday, because it hasn't. I'm not trying to be pessimistic here, but I'm just saying that you should try to be as balanced and as leveled as possible in trading from a mental point of view. Don't get too happy, don't get too sad, do not get too emotional. Try to be emotionally balanced, which is very difficult. It's going to get easier with time, of course, but what we see is that a lot of what we see here at the Fivers is a lot of people, they get funded and they have a couple of big payouts and then they're gone. What happens is they get funded, they become overconfident, they become confident, they get a couple of good payouts, and now they're the best traders in the world, and they become overconfident, and we never see them again. That's very normal. Now, those traders that are long-term consistent, You know, they're working in the background, they're working in the shadows, and they're not looking for the massive payouts. They're looking for consistent payouts. Now, ask yourself this. A 10K, 20K, or even 30K payout, like a big, nice payout. Would you rather have one big payout than getting, you know, consistently, you know, making a few hundred dollars every other week, you know? Because if you're able to, I mean, we have payouts every 14 days. So if you're able to, you know, get a couple of payouts that says like $200, $300, maybe $400 on a weekly basis, that doesn't look like you're seeing on like all these big influencers getting like massive payouts. It's not, you know, it doesn't look that big. But think about it, the compounding effect and getting that regularity into the payouts and just having small, consistent payouts. That's when I see those are the people that really succeed long term, because they get used to the payout. It's just business as usual. After a few years, it's just business as usual. You're seeing that money come into the account. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna. This is easy. You know, it's boring. And it's easy. That's the way it's supposed to be. If you're looking for that massive one-time payout, you might get it, but you know what's gonna happen after that? It's difficult. It's you gotta really be careful. Really be careful with your mental side of things. That's right. Simple system is changing everything. A system gives me only 5 to 6 trades a month. Sitting idle is extremely hard. Yeah, it's the most difficult thing in trading, and it's also the most effective way of becoming a profitable, consistently successful trader. You know what that is? It's the art of waiting. Okay, trading is very different from having a regular job. Imagine you're getting paid by the hour. If you're getting paid by the hour, you want to work many hours. You want to work more to get more. But in trading, you're not getting paid by the hour that you spend on the chart. You're getting paid by the market, when the market is making a trade available. So your job is just to observe and wait for the market to tell you, okay, now it's the time to act. And that's so different from other types of job that we have been raised and brought up to understand, that work hard and make a lot of money. In trading, it's more about work very hard to learn how to trade, and then stop and just wait. Which is weird, because the first year you're probably going to be working more than you ever worked in your life, but then you figure things out, and you're gonna slowly but surely take a step back and relax and not work. You know, successful trading is not what most people think it is. All right, good morning, man. We got Luis. Good morning. Confidence in itself has swing highs and swing lows. Risk management advisor. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we wanna make sure that we keep those emotions out of trading. It's all about the probabilities. You are absolutely right. Couldn't have said it better myself. That Lure guy says, once I started adjusting more trades to break even along with closing some positions, I do better overall, and my consistency gets better. That's something that I've been struggling with. The idea of taking partial profits and closing parts of the position. I feel like I'm not stuck, but I am definitely in a mindset where I want to see the trade hit entry and then either hit TP or stop loss. But like, it's a very rigid way of thinking, because if you have your entry, like you get a good entry, right? Get a good entry, and then all you're thinking like a stop loss or TP. But there's so many more, that there's an infinite possibilities that the market can do. It can move close to your TP and then to your stop loss. So what you do, like, that's something that I've struggled with to understand, when should I take partial profits. But I believe when you figure that out, that's going to be huge. That is going to be really huge. Yes, I am still in my EU trade. We have many questions here, guys. Keep them coming. I'm going to go through all the questions, but just to make sure that I do not focus too much on the questions, I also want to do some market analysis. So on gold right here now, as a swing trader, I'm looking for gold to come back down to around the 3,000. You know what? Just anything below 3,380, and I'm most likely going to be interested in taking a potential long on this. That's that one. What else? That's gold. Now let's go into lower time frames. I mean on the 1 hour, but I want you guys to answer the poll here before I go into the analysis. Okay, so the question is long or short gold intraday. Now I want you to choose here. Go into the poll in the comment section. Do we want to go long or short on gold? Now I'm actually gonna try something new here. Okay, gonna try something. Actually, no, I'm not gonna try anything. Never mind. CO2 Gaming says gold has definitely been my enemy. I get a nice win and then get stung, and currency is just pulling me. Yeah, gold is difficult. I've you know, at the same time, you know, gold is difficult, but at the same time, I've seen that gold is one of the most profitable pairs at the fivers. It's of course also the most popular pair to trade. I think people that figure out gold is gonna make gonna do great. It's gonna do really good. Okay, so I know we're getting a lot of questions. I will go through the questions shortly. Go into the comment section and vote for the poll: long or short gold intraday. We got currently about 70% saying long and 30% saying short. Looking at the 15-minute right here. Looking at the 15 minute, I mean, we're in a local downtrend. We have a really good untested level below. I think gold, I would love to get in on a swing position on gold lower. So let's just see if that happens. Yeah, like I'm thinking out loud and try something, but then I'm like, nah, that's too advanced. A lot of stop losses below 3376. No, I don't think there's a lot of stop losses below 3376. I think there's a lot of entry orders below that level. I think a lot of people are waiting to get in on that level. However, I think there's a lot of stop loss levels around stop loss orders around 3362, and then here below the 3385 and lower. But I think a lot of people will be looking at an entry at around 3375, 72. Something like that. Okay, so that's gold. We got our orders in for gold. Let's go through the markets here to see if we can find anything interesting. Okay. Right, so USD we talked about the long trade here on USD the other day. We had that move to the upside and hit that TP. Unfortunately I missed the short opportunity here on USD and because of the fact that I missed the opportunity, and I think that opportunity is gone. But I mean the short trade here was very good, right? Very good. We had you can look at the daily here. Good daily reaction here on that daily resistance zone right here, looking very good. On the 4 hour, we also had a nice rejection here on the 4 hour right here. But again, the trade here is gone. We're gonna move on. We're moving on to USD CAD right here. USD CAD, I'm adding that to the green list because that is interesting. The USD CAD here will most likely only be confirmed if the Euro USD long is confirmed. So this long on USD CAD will be a counter trade to the Euro USD if in case I get stopped out on that one. And you know, if Euro USD moves up a bit more and I'm able to take some profits, move stop loss to entry, limit the risk on that trade, I could potentially be making some money on this trade as well as the Euro USD trade. We got Euro NCD here as well, moving very nicely in an uptrend here. We're going to be covering all the pairs here. So we're going to do a complete market scan of the whole Forex market, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, indices, and everything. We're going to try to do that until I'm going to try to do that for the session is over. Euro NCD very, very strong right here, moving into weekly resistance right here, looking at the idea, looking at the behavior of price when it hits this level. A big weekly wick, previously weekly wick, but we're testing this now for the second time, and never since 2007 have we tested this level twice on the weekly in the way that we're doing right now. So Euro USD might, it's very strong. Okay, it's very strong, but it's I would be interested in selling this if we had like a reaction like this, but we're obviously not getting that. I'm adding that to the green list though because it's interesting for a potential short or a long on a continuation to the upside. We're having a lot of comments on AUD/JPY. We're going to be looking at AUD/JPY as well. Let's just add AUD/JPY to the green list, and then we'll go through the green list. Euro AD is in a strong uptrend right here, going to the weekly. We can see that we're hitting a weekly resistance area right now, but again, it's very similar characteristics to what we had on Euro NCD. Okay, on the daily, that's a break and retest. I like that. It's an uptrend. On the 4 hour, looks very strong. I'm not going to trade this, but as an intraday trade, I think on Euro AD, if you're able to get an entry within this area, somewhere between 1.79400 and all the way actually down to 1.78 or 79. So between 1.79400 down to 1.79, if you're able to get an entry in there, I think that could be a great entry. By the way, guys, we're doing a giveaway right now, and make sure that you do hit that likes. Whenever we hit that 200 likes, I will I'll draw the winners from yesterday. Okay, so we're gonna do one winner from yesterday, and then if we get the like numbers even higher, we might be able to do an extra giveaway winner today. What we want you to do is follow the instructions in the giveaway. You can find the giveaway link in the comment section of YouTube. You can also find the giveaway link in the description of the live stream on YouTube. So if you're watching on X, make sure that you jump over to YouTube and follow the instructions. One of the instructions is to mark the fibers as your favorite prop firm on the trusted prop. Ending the poll on gold, we see that 67% of you are long intraday on gold. So that's Euro AUD right here, very interesting. We got Euro CHF, not very interesting. We got Euro GBP, very strong uptrend. Very strong uptrend on Euro GBP. Do you guys remember this analysis here? This was a good one. Not sure if you guys remember this, but we've talked about this quite extensively, how we were looking at, all the way back in beginning of, April or even May, we talked about how Euro GBP could have been a good buy in this area. If we take the mid-zone of the reload zone, we are now up 230 pips after that one. So you know what? If you're in here and you're interested in finding levels where I believe that the market might turn for the long term, make sure that you pay attention to the levels I mark out and the analysis I do here on the higher time frames. Because if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I am a much better analyst than I am a trader, which means that you could probably take a lot of the information that I give you for my analysis and create a good structure for your own trades. Because I didn't take this trade. Euro GBP, well, I took the trade and I got stopped out right here. But after getting stopped out, it rallied, from my stop loss all the way up here. That's almost a 300 pip move. Now, if you look at my analysis and you say, okay, so he got stopped out here, but the idea is still valid, and you could enter and you would have been a 300 pip profit right here, while I did not make a single dollar on this trade, but the analysis was spot on. So remember that. Remember to copy other traders, but take inspiration and motivation from their analysis and then apply your own research. That's how I believe you can create a good strategy for yourself. So Euro GBP here is now reaching an important resistance zone right here, and the contrarian in me is obviously looking at this and thinking maybe we can find a possible short trade right here, but that would only obviously happen if we have an invalidation of this trend. So I'm going to be adding one alert here and one alert here, and just a couple of lines just to tell me what I think might happen or what I should be looking at if those alert goes off. So we're going to be adding that to the green list, and we have the gonna move on to Euro CAD. All right, Euro CAD looking quite good right here. I remember talking about how that level would have been a good support. We never really came down to that level. I like it though, so I still have my alert down here, and I would possibly get in if we have a deeper retrace right here. Euro USD we don't have to look at. We already analyzed that one, and we're in a trade on that one. Let's go to GBP NCD. Boring. Let's go to the next one. GBP AD. Nothing to see here. GBP CHF. Wow. Okay, so this is interesting. GBP CHF has never traded below this level really since September 2022. This is obviously a good support area. It's trading very low. I think we have an opportunity here. Perhaps take it up from the break of structure here to perhaps this level. That could potentially be a like 200 pip move to the upside. I'm going to be adding an alert for GBP CHF here, and then one lower, and then make a new analysis if it drops lower. Adding that to the green list. We got GBP CAD. I'm going to have to do this a little bit quicker to make sure that we don't doesn't take too much time. Next one, GBP USD. Do I like GBP USD? Look at this, guys. Look at this. I missed this one as well, but remember we looked at this last week. This is a good question. Why is the Powell speech later not high impact news on Forex Factory? Because I believe that Forex Factory has looked at the historical impact of the Fed speech, the Fed share speeches, and they do not see a massive volatility on those events historically. But of course, you have to take that into context of the situation where we are right now. And of course, Powell really does have the spotlight on him right now with the Trump talking about firing him. Probably not going to be able to fire him, but definitely there's a lot of talks about that. There's a lot of talks about the White House firing him for costs, and the cost would be the absurdly expensive renovations of the Federal Reserve. Cost more than $1 billion in renovation cost. I mean, well, it's an old building, and of course it's going to be expensive. I don't know. It's not my type of problem. I don't have those types of expenses if I'm going to be renovating a house. $1 billion, that's renovate. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. But yeah, in current situations, definitely could impact the market depending on what he's gonna say. GBP USD right here, beautiful support level. Now this takes me back to GBP CHF. Why do you think I'm interested in potentially buying this level after seeing what GBP USD did here on the daily with this level? I mean, you're hitting a support level in an overall uptrend. it's just a good risk to reward. But now I don't know. We're gonna keep it on that green list though. AUD NCD. We looked at a short here on AUD NCD last week. Obviously worked out quite well, but I didn't take that trade. So on the daily, what do we see here on the daily? It did hit that previous level right here. This is a good indication of a bullish market. Very, very strong bounce right here. I would obviously have wished that I'd got an entry in here, but I'm going to be adding an alert here in case we get like a massive move to the upside and a new cycle to begin on AUD NCD. What do we have on AUD CHF? I don't know if you guys remember this trade here, but we did take a nice short here. That was back in May though, so that was quite a long time ago. What do we have here on the fun fact, I actually did live on the island where this palace is, and that's the place where the king, that's actually where the king goes. That's like his summer retreat. He has like a palace on there. So I actually lived on that island, just a couple of 100 meters from the actual palace. Very cool place. Very cool place. Now I live in the basement, so things have changed. Okay, so okay. AD CHF, do we have nothing on AD CHF? 80 CAD, nothing on AD CAD. AD USD, good uptrend right here, good uptrend. Now this is quite interesting. Okay, now this is quite interesting. I don't know if you guys remember. Let's see if I can pull that up. If I still have the account here with CSNX, because this is quite interesting. I did some analysis on AUD USD and CSNX a while back, and okay, I don't have the account. Oh well, you can. I'm gonna have to reach out to CSNX and see if we want to do like a deal with them. Okay, so the pattern that I found on CSNX was that from the end of May till the beginning to the end of June, there's a 75% chance of AUD USD trading higher at the end of June as compared to the beginning of May or the end of May, which turn out to be quite correct. And if we draw from that low up to here, that's a 130 pips. There's definitely some edge in looking at seasonality. And then if you look at the trend, it's actually trending to the upside, which would agree with that CSNX chart. So I'm gonna get that account set up, and I will integrate more seasonality analysis here on the swing trades that I'm looking at. But if we're looking at here on the weekly, you see that the AUD obviously came down, had a massive bounce down here. I would say on the weekly it's still in somewhat of a downtrend. On the daily, of course, a very clear uptrend. We're gonna look at gold shortly as well. We're gonna go back to gold when we're done with the full market analysis right here. Okay, so Now what I'm thinking is, do we want to ride this daily trend to the upside? Are we seeing any type of signs that the trend might be ending here? Let me see. AUD USD. Here we have, today we got the, that's already done though, because we've got Fed Chair Powell speaking. Let's remove some of these indicators. So the ADX is quite low. We got bearish divergence on the RSI. We got bearish divergence on the MACD histogram as well. I think so, at least. Let's take a look. Oh, that should be a bearish divergence though. There's definitely some weakness coming in here. But now what I'm thinking is, where is that target? Target would be that level. Because what is the risk reward of this? Now, what we're looking at here is, we're looking at an uptrend that is... We're looking at an uptrend that is clear to this level. We have the uptrend right here. Then what happens is we now create lower lows and equal highs, which is a bit of a change in structure here. So the question is this the start of distribution before moving lower? Or is it reaccumulation before moving up to that weekly level? I think it's possible to get a trade in here though. What's the risk to reward up to that level by using the low here? That's 1.91. The stop loss level here is 70 pips below entry based on the daily. It's very close to support and invalidation. I would view this as the support level. Let's see if we can add the range to this. This could quite possibly be the true confirmation comes above this level. Right, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start building a position here with this trade in mind. It's a 2-hour trade, definitely worth it. Let's go back and see. That's probably better, so around that level. Slightly above 2R, we can definitely increase that with some good risk management. Okay, so that's AUD USD. How much am I willing to risk on this? There's some correlation with AUD USD and Euro USD, of course. We can just add Euro USD here. Of course, we got Euro USD. And kind of see how there's a fairly decent correlation here between those two pairs. Obviously, they're both trading against the dollar. Okay, so that's AUD USD. This is the general idea that I have. Question now is how do we execute on this? Well, what I want to do first is let's switch over to MetaTrader. We're going to execute the trade. And we want to make sure that we're moving very slowly here. What was it? AUD USD? All right, so entry. Okay, so we got the stop loss down here. And we have the TP up here. Okay, so I wanna make sure that I'm moving very slow here, because I'm actually ready to start building a position all the way down in this region. So I could potentially layer my orders within this region. Not layer, but I'm going to enter at market when I do see that we're hitting that level, because sometimes, you know, you get too much momentum to the downside, and if we're getting too much momentum to the downside, obviously I don't want to be looking at that. Okay, so I showed that on TradingView, but I obviously have MetaTrader up on here, so you can't see that. But what I want to show you is I can actually. The pair I'm looking at right now is AUD USD. So what I showed was that I'm actually ready to layer orders all within this zone, which means that the risk to reward, if I get that, let's say I get an average entry in the middle of that zone, that would mean that the risk to reward of this goes up to 3 instead of a current 2. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to enter just a 0.01 lot size here. And as you can see, 0.02 would be, yeah, so can have about 8 positions of these. But then the lower I go, the more I will increase the position size. So I will enter a position right here, and the best case scenario is if I can add everything I want to this trade when EUR USD moves higher, and I can secure that trade, because they are somewhat correlated. So I want to make sure that I'm managing the trade on EUR USD, and whatever I take away from EUR USD in terms of risk, I can add to AUD USD. But then I might find another pair against USD that I like, so I need to split the risk up between those, and that's also one of the reasons why I'm going to go in with very small, very small position size right here. Right. So that's the trade entered on AUD USD. Now let's go back to TradingView to see if we can find any other pairs here. Right, so this is now the position I have open on AUD USD. Okay, so AUD USD moving that to the green list. We're moving on to NZD CHF. What can we find on NZD CHF? Now, this is obviously massive downtrend, but we do see that. Actually, no, this is not interesting. NZD CAD, not interesting. NZD USD. What about NZD USD? What's up, Steven? Hope you're doing good. Yes, we got. By the way, guys, make sure that you go in and you like that video, not the video, the live stream. Okay, NZD USD looks like a daily breakup structure right here. Looks like a break and retest of a daily level right here. Looks like we have a daily breakup structure. But I can't really see anything super clear here, so I'm gonna move on. Okay, I'm moving on to the next one. CHF, not interesting. USD JPY, I am already in a position on USD JPY. But now with this move to the downside, maybe it could be a good opportunity to start building the same long position on this account. Okay, so let's go to USD JPY. Okay, so this is the trade I'm in. This is on a personal account, but maybe we can find an opportunity to get in on this move. What I see here is a good support level. Could potentially be not range EQ, depends on we draw the range, of course, but I don't think, but that's a good level though. So invalidation would be below here. Then I would try to get an average entry around this level. Stop loss probably below that one. So if price starts moving higher here, I'm gonna move stop loss up to this level on the original position, which then enables me to take a trade here as well. So the potential here is quite big. Looking at a huge move. I think for this one, it would probably just be best to get a TP area around that level, so that would be a 4 risk to wood. Because I'm not ready to start building a position just yet. I want to see price get into this level and form a type of bottom formation. Okay. Okay, moving on. CAD JPY. CAD JPY has broken above the channel that we've been watching for a while right here. Strong uptrend. Let's remove the channel so we're going to get a better perspective of price in terms of horizontal levels. The weekly. Sorry, we're not selling Euro USD here. The wrong live stream. This is a long only Euro USD live stream. All right, okay, so what we have here, CAD JPY looks like it's potentially reaching a resistance point. Okay, I'm not interested in that one. Removing that one, moving to GBP JPY. Strong resistance right here. Okay, so what I'm looking at on GBP JPY is I'm thinking we've got a daily uptrend, comes into a resistance area, forms a very clear range on the 4-hour. This could potentially be either a distribution range before a break of structure and continuation to the downside, or a new trend forming to the downside, or it could be a break of range highs for continuation to the upside. So I got 2 alerts here, one below range lows, one above range highs. Yeah. That's the idea. That's the idea I'm looking at. What's up, Pedro? How's it going? Let me know if I should add you. All right, Pedro, welcome. How's it going?
What's up, everyone? Good morning. How is everyone doing? How are you doing, Jonatan?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. The markets are moving nicely. So yeah, that's good to see.
Yeah. You're expanding your positions on euro and now GP pound yen.
Yes, exactly. I have open positions on Euro USD, and then I opened a new one on AUD USD, a small position. I've completely missed CHF JPY. This is not sure how I could have missed this one. This is an incredible run. This is the perfect uptrend. Not sure how I could have missed this one. Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna be adding that to green list because I mean, obviously, this trend is gonna reverse at some point, and it's right now forming a range up here. So I'm thinking maybe we get a distribution range up here. Okay, so I'm almost done with my full market scan here.
And
I'm coming into the
anything that's really standing out.
Great time for. Sorry, what? Well, yeah, not really. Not something. Well, there are a few interesting ones. Of course, gold. We have this level on gold. I mean that's a good level on gold. I like of course Euro USD. If we break out here, that gives high time frame confirmation of a move higher. What else do we have? We have GBP USD. Nice bounce on that support. I remember we talked about this last Thursday, I believe, where we talked about that being a good level to buy on GBP USD, but I didn't want to do that because like it's equal lows, maybe enter a range, but very good support. But for now, I think the two most interesting pairs that I'm watching is gold, Euro USD, and AUD USD, because I do feel like AUD USD might have a little bit more upside potential here to hit this level above here, kind of break out and hit that level before moving lower. So we'll see.
Yeah,
you, Pedro.
What am I looking at? First of all, hi everyone, morning. I can see the message. So yeah, guys, let us know in the chat as well what you guys are looking at, because I always like to know your thoughts on the charts, because maybe I can actually get some ideas out of your own ideas.
Yeah. I'm gonna quickly just take a minute break. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. If you just share my monitor, perfect. There you go. What's up? Claudia, that's funny. Your dragonfly position. Hi Nelson. Hi Nayenda as well. Hi Marina. Hi Steven. Abdullah as well. Abdullah, I always like to know your yen position, so let me know what are you looking at on the dollar yen or pound yen or something like that, because I'm actually curious about that one. What am I looking at? That's a good question, because we did had the move to the downside on the dollar last week. Like I think I was here with Victor on Thursday. I think Victor actually did manage to get long on the euro, on the pound. I second guess myself. I didn't really manage to go long in there. So yeah, I kind of missed that move. Now it's a bit of wait and see. I think there's maybe more room to the downside on the dollar now. It's just question mark is where is that continuation coming from. So I'm going to potentially be looking for something. Eventually I would like to see dollar coming back somewhere around this level before potentially going higher. But we may go higher first before going lower a little bit. So that's going to be an interesting one. Finally, gold. So if you take a look at gold actually, and Steven, let's take a look at gold. Guys, share with me everything you think about gold. Okay, so let me know every single thing that you're looking at gold. So I know that Claudio sold based on this dragonfly pattern something. He sold. Well, I'm not going to make any more fun of Claudio's dodgy candles names, not dodges, candlestick names. So he's sold yesterday somewhere around here, and he's still managing to survive and to be short. So Claudio, by the way, where is your target on this move? I'm curious about your target on this move. Personally, I was still looking a little bit higher, so I was looking slightly higher. I'd like to see actually price going all the way above this level. I mentioned that even last week there was a potential that after you break this level that you could basically go and fill basically all this level in there, and you basically did that. Like we came all the way to the extreme. So there was this opportunity in here of a trade, and that play out. But yes, I was looking a little bit higher. So what I'm looking with my kind of 601, definitely. So Claudio is looking for a target at 3375. So he's looking back to this previous level support resistance. Okay, so yeah, most likely you can get your target. Okay, so get your target in place somewhere around here, and then maybe price can continue to go higher. So I don't like that scenario where price starts to create a little bit of a resistance level in here. So maybe we can try to trap these traders into more shorts, and then kind of can make that move and potentially go into a bigger moving here. But just as a normal move on gold, I think we can go higher, retest something around this level, and continue to push a little bit more to the upside. From the way I look at it, I don't think this top has yet reached the levels that I'm looking for, so I'm still looking for gold to go a little bit more to the upside. So that's That's what I'm looking for. IM trades. That's a good question. Actually, we saw some selling pressure on the on us even yesterday and today. I didn't really see anything in regards to the news towards that direction. I think there was maybe another comment from Trump about the Jerome Powell that he's not looking to fire him. However, maybe this is a way of some potential big institutions starting to take some profits out of this bullish move that we had. Maybe they're anticipating some issues or not with the earnings. We have big earnings, starting with the big tech announcing their earnings this week. Tomorrow we have Alphabet, which is Google. We have Tesla as well. Today I think we have Coca-Cola. That's interesting, but that doesn't really affect NASDAQ. But then next week we have also the rest of the big tech, and that's going to play a big role in terms of what we can expect from the indices as well. But the reality is that we have seen a little bit of selling pressure. We saw a big momentum to the upside, which also maybe it was not that justified at the opening. Right, I'm basically talking about this big move up that we had, but then now we're having a little bit of correction, and this morning actually had this big sell-off. I was looking to sell it a little bit higher, price just dropped in here. So yeah, I'm still waiting. I think I'm interested in trying to look for sales at the top, both on NASDAQ and also S&P. So, but we're going to be talking about the indices in a bit, so that's something to pay attention. Lionel, yes, I'm going to take a look at the S&P and the NASDAQ in a bit. I just gave a little bit of a briefing of what I'm thinking, but I'm going to analyze both of them in a bit. But Lionel, or I hope he's Lionel, if you do want to share with me as well who penses the S&P, you can do it. If you're looking for shorts, for longs, just let me know what you're thinking. But let's stay on gold, guys. Gold. What you guys are looking at? Yeah, options data showing a high gamma exposure. I saw that news as well. There was a big spike on that, which was weird. I'm reading Mac's comment. I saw that post as well. I think it was on Twitter. That was something about that. Trader Edge kind of posted that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what exactly can create this scarcity now on the indices. But the reality is that we have been quite bullish. Guys, anyone is talking about gold? Anyone is looking at gold? Gold go up to 34115. So Chris Berzuela mentioning 3415. So it's a little bit higher. So it's a little bit closer to the direction that I'm looking for. So I would like to see that as well. Okay, no one is talking about gold now. Okay, now that I'm analyzing gold, no one talks about gold, and in a bit, and I'm going to be talking about something else. Everyone's going to be talking about gold. Interesting. So that's going to be my take on gold. Okay, so Claudio, reach your target. Okay, so let price go to your target, and then let it go higher a little bit. I'd really like it to go a little bit more to the upside, and I think it will. So attract a little bit more of sellers into this price, and then you may have maybe initial reaction from something in here, and then I'm still looking a little bit higher. So that will be my ideal. If you do have some PA around this level, then I'm going to try to find shorts on the right side of this move, either in here or then a little bit more higher if this doesn't really play out, then to go a little bit more to the upside. So that's going to be my take on gold. You guys know that for the last weeks I've been waiting for gold to go a little bit closer to this level, and now it's getting there. So now it's my time to pay attention. Okay, Mohammed is saying a gold sell 3376. Okay, he's looking for. Okay, so we're waiting for gold to go somewhere in here and then sell it more. Is that what you are looking for, Mohammed? What kind of confirmation are you looking for that sell? Is it kind of a sell stop that you have in there? Kind of if the price breaks below this structure here, you are looking for sales just like that? Okay, no. He said no. 3376. I'm looking at the right spot, right? 3376, yes. I think gold, so CO2 Gaming saying I think gold just in a spot where it is 50-50 coin flip. Yep, I was more like that when price was somewhere in here. I think at this point price still wants to go a little bit more to the upside until it finds more selling pressure. So that's what I want to see. I want to see price start to kind of compress a little bit more, lose momentum, and then trap people into here, and then finally turn. So I'm going to be waiting for that. I know you're okay. We have a short structure. Lower lows. My entry for gold is 3389. 3389. So basically, that's where price is right now. Just go a bit more into the lower time frame. So basically, that's where you're looking for in here. Okay, maybe you're looking for that as a target, that level. Maybe you're looking for something like this. Yeah, it's possible. Gold is above. Chris Berzuela, gold is above resistance trend line. Yep, it is. Okay, got it, Mohammed. I think now I follow your thought process. So you're trying to sell from here and push price towards this direction. And then, okay, got it. Duarte Rodrigues, Pedro viu o padrão de Cunha em 4. Padrão de Cunha. Is that an edge? I don't even know those names. Welcome back, Jonatan. What is the padrão Cunha? I don't even know that. Guys, you start talking about those more traditional patterns, and I have no idea how to look at them. By the way, Jonatan, when was your exam? Did you do the exam? When was your exam? I completely...
Yes, I did do the exam. I'm waiting for the results. The results are probably going to come in soon. Should be coming in end of the month, beginning of August. So maybe in a week or two, it should be coming in.
How did you feel after the exam? You felt like positive about it, or?
I felt positive, but there was a few questions. Like it's such a broad. You need to have such a broad knowledge base. Like they're talking about, everything from what is a candlestick, and then it's showing you a candlestick formation, and then like you're gonna tell them like, so what is this candlestick formation, and then they're asking you like, what's the how does volume behave normally in a ascending triangle, and then from that they ask questions on the history of TA and things like I can't go into detail on what is specifically within the test or because that's against the code of conduct, but you need to have a very broad knowledge base. Like it's from the patterns to understanding what is volatility, what is implied volatility, what is the VIX based on, what's bonds, bond market, warrants, the stock market, like everything. It's just everything that has anything to do with technicals. So a lot of the things is like, okay, I don't have no idea about this, but I think I'm on the edge, of making it. So hopefully I'll make it.
What's the minimum that you need to? What's the minimum grade?
80%, and so I need to have 80% correct out of 100, and I believe it's like around 130 questions.
Okay. Dinesh is asking which exam is this? Is the exam to prove that you are a consistent profitable trader? That's the exam.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's the exam that I'm talking about is the CMT exams. It's a CMT from the CMT Association. It's basically a professional certification. It says you get a certification. It's kind of like the gold standard in technical analysis certification. So if you have to get the CMT title, you will have to go through 3 different tests, right? So CMT1, CMT2, and CMT3, and it takes about 3 years to do it. And it shows that you are have a lot of knowledge in the in technical analysis, basically. But it's a very broad knowledge base.
Yeah, it's a lot of theory, right?
It is definitely a lot of theory, and but it's very interesting. It's very interesting, and for someone who really likes, technical analysis, it's interesting, and you really need to think that it's interesting to be able to do it. What I'm doing now is I'm looking at, now that I've done CMT1, hopefully I'll pass that one. I'll start studying for CMT2, but I'm also looking into studying fundamentals. So the whole idea with because I think that's important. I think that's important as a swing trader, to understand the fundamentals. As an intraday technical trader, fundamentals has less importance. But as a swing trader, because you're exposed to macro in a whole different way when you're in a position for a couple of days or even a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to understand that, but that is understanding of the fundamentals is much more complicated than technicals, because the technicals is visual. You can see it on the chart, but understanding the fundamentals is completely different. For the fundamental, and I'm a visual learner, so that's why I think it's easier for me with technicals. But with fundamentals, you need to understand. You need to look forward like 6 months and understand how could the current conditions, what could these current conditions look like in 6 months, and look at all different probabilities. What happens if Powell, if the Fed lowers interest rates? Or increase interest rates? What happens, if tariff is the tariffs if is inflationary, all these different things, and you need to put up scenarios. And in technicals, it's all there on the chart. You can just draw a couple of lines. I think this will happen or this will happen. If you break market structure downside, this will happen. So it's much more complicated. I find it.
Yeah.
So and also, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, one of the main things as well with fundamentals is that comparing with the technicals, right? Is that when you're looking at the technicals, almost straight away if you're wrong or right or wrong. But when you're talking about fundamentals, your idea or your thought process or your bias may take months to come to fruition. So maybe it may not make sense for a long time until, come on, this doesn't make sense what's going on in here. But eventually, there you go. Eventually, it happens. So it takes a longer period of time to actually see if someone is right or wrong in terms of their analysis of their bias, which can be a bit tricky. Yeah, that's an interesting one as well.
What I find is most efficient is finding credible sources, finding analysis and research made by others, and then going through that analysis and research and understanding. So a great way of doing this, for example, I have different macro newsletters or research services that I'm subscribed to. One of them is a site called 42 Macro. I'm also subscribed to Real Vision, and I'm also looking into the macro ops, which is it's like super expensive, but they have really good quality research. So what I'm looking into is like I'm actually gonna set up a project where I'm gonna have a coder create my own private macro dashboard. So it's gonna be like so let's say, for example, I have all the research that I'm subscribed to gets sent to my email inbox, and then you have an AI taking all the research. If it's a PDF, it downloads the PDF from the email, goes through the whole PDF, and then uploads all the information and summaries to a macro dashboard, right? So I have my own private dashboard where I have an AI that summarizes all the macro analysis that I'm subscribed to, and then gives me like daily updates based on the different researches, and then tries to find where they deviate, what they're right on, and like key summaries and things like that. And one way that I think that I found this very, very effective is like the voice mode in ChatGPT. When you're researching something, you're reading through an article, and there's like one thing that you don't understand. You have the voice. The voice chat with ChatGPT, and you have a conversation with ChatGPT while reading the research. So in real time, you're getting, it's explaining the concept that you don't understand, and then you're doing deep dive into those concepts, and it's a very effective, very quick way of learning a new subject. So I feel like I'm slowly but surely getting into the whole macro analysis, fundamental analysis. But what I'm trying to understand first is I really want to make sure that I understand the fundamentals. So what I'm doing now is I'm making sure that I can, without looking up any information, repeat what is the CPI, what's the PPI, what's the employment number, what is the NFP really talking about, what does those numbers mean, and inflation data and all of that. So making sure that I really understand the foundations of all the economic news releases and all the economic data, and then from there I can go into how to interpret this data and be forward looking, like 6 or 12 months in the future. I think a lot of people, they get analysis. They maybe subscribe to a service that gives you analysis, and then they take that analysis for what it is, right? And it's like, okay, this guy says this is going to happen, but you don't really know the details of where that information comes. So I want to be able to look at it and then actually confirm it by looking at the numbers, myself, looking at the source of where that analysis was made. And I think that's one of the most effective ways of learning something new is go to the source and understand what drives the analysis. Same thing in technical analysis, right? You want to learn a new system, you need to develop it yourself,
Yeah. I think I was actually thinking about that the other day. First of all, I think if you do manage to come up with that project, that's great. I think that's a great idea, and a great use of AI. But even when you're talking about the news, like the source is the source in terms of it's the data. But like almost a statistical website where actually the data is released. That's the reality of the number. Then everyone can share an opinion in terms of what the data means, and you're going to see different analysts, maybe depending on the website that you are trying to get information from. Maybe it's going to mean one thing, then it's going to mean another thing. So yes, getting access to the data in reality, to the report, and actually then study in detail what does it mean, not just maybe the NFP, but actually in terms of the private sector, public sector, and so on. Going a bit more into detail. It's maybe same with CPI. CPI can be a number, but where is actually the source of the CPI coming from? Which number is actually making it higher or lower? And then something that I do like to do, actually, I actually like to listen to the Jerome Powell, sometimes the press conferences. Because in at the end of the day, at this point, the way he's going to interpret the data, that's what matters in here. Like all the analysts can have an opinion, but in the end, they're just making predictions of maybe how Powell is going to actually eventually use that information to release the either increase or decrease the interest rates. But actually, Powell has been quite clear actually during all these years, during his press conferences, of what he's concerned about and what he's doing. That is, especially since 2022, when you had the CPI, that we were in a bearish market, we had high CPI and they start to increase interest rates. There has been always a big differentiator, a gap between what the market sentiment was and what the Federal Powell was saying and what the Fed was doing. And anytime then, there was a come of the reality where, there you go, the Fed is doing what the Fed has always been saying and not what the market has been hoping for. And then there was always that alignment. Because we can learn a lot just by listening to what the guy said during the press conferences, or even better in a relaxed interview, when he's actually more in not a podcast, but in an interview, in an event where he's more relaxed. We can learn a lot about fundamentals and what he's actually concerned about. And
yeah, definitely. Have you? Okay, so you're looking at gold right now, I see. So we have.
Yeah, we're looking at gold in here. I was asking everyone what they were thinking about gold. Claudio, that was yesterday, we were having a laugh in the Portuguese channel. He actually sold gold, so I'm still looking for gold to go slightly a little bit higher before looking for shorts. I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for gold to get a little bit closer to, above 3,400 to start looking for shorts. So I'm still trying to see if gold goes there. Maybe price can retest the structure and go higher after that. And I'll be looking for shorts somewhere in there. So that's a little bit of my game plan for gold for the next few days.
Interesting.
Basically.
So you're looking for move all the way all the way back down there. Okay, interesting. I'm thinking that we might get a bounce way earlier, like on the previous breakout level, but we'll see. See what happens with that. Obviously.
Yeah, I'm expecting around here, right? It's 3,370, something like that. That's more of where I'm looking to for gold to bounce from and continue, something like that. Yeah, I'm not really expecting to go down. This was just some of the guys also mentioned a wedge that gold is creating in here on 4-hour time frame. Maybe this is the pattern that he's looking for. Yeah, something like this and this. Yeah, maybe that's a scenario in there. But yeah, gold is getting closer to a level that I'm interested. Yeah, nice comments in here. Yeah, as Henry mentioned, it's always got to ask the question why. Yeah, that's true. Okay, what other pairs, guys? What other pairs? I think some of them mentioned also the US indices, looking at NASDAQ and S&P. If you continue to trade NASDAQ, there was a moment that you were trading NASDAQ quite often. Are you still trading NASDAQ?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I have the EA trading NASDAQ. So yeah, I'm doing that quite actively, taking like a one trade a day on that one. We got Victor. What's up, Victor?
Yep.
What's going?
Morning, Victor.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. Doing great. So now that you're here, I'm gonna jump off, and I'll be back a little bit later, guys. I'll be watching in the background, and I'll jump on if you guys need anything. Make sure that you guys do go into the giveaway that we do have in the pinned comment and the description of the video. The most important thing that we want you to do is we want you to follow the instructions, and one of the instructions says that you're going to go to the trusted prop, the website, and you're going to be selecting the fibers as your favorite prop firm, and that gets you into the giveaway. All right, see you guys later.
Thank you, Jonatan. Hey guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel as well. So let's keep on. Have we crossed already 80,000? Because I think we're really close last week.
What number?
80,000.
80,000. Okay. I think we're already at 180. I'm not sure. How are you today, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm good. Trying to see what are the next opportunities. I have a question. Are you still long on the euro dollar and the pound dollar from last Thursday, or?
Yes, but only on GU.
Okay, on GU. Okay. You did well on getting those trades. Okay. At least I second guess on that moment. I was looking for the euro long yesterday, but euro just went to the upside. I was trying to find. Yesterday at the opening, I was trying to see if euro would kind of go slightly below this one, make a move like this, but it didn't. Just stayed in here, and then meanwhile it just continues. And I think there's more room to the upside now. So that's an interesting one.
Whenever this is something, there are patterns even in the patterns, right? Whenever, for example, on the chart pattern, when I get a trigger and it starts to signal in multiple time frame growing up from the 1 minute perhaps, or the 5 minute, the 30 minutes, hourlies, and so on, and eventually the daily even. When that happens, typically you'll see the momentum coming in, and it will create multiple right shoulders, but those are not as deep, because the momentum already switched, because everyone, it doesn't mitigate all the way, so it changes a little bit different, the way to get into those.
It's true.
I haven't mastered it, to be honest, but I know there is a very clear distinction, and the market moves differently, and in an ideal world I would have a set of rules for that, and a set of rules before that happens, right? Because I know there is a difference, and you need to treat the market differently.
Yeah.
But I'm not there yet. So, but I just do one thing, but I know that one thing that I do at the beginning, it catches different kind of signals, and at the end, another different set of signals. So I yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think basically, if I was about to describe that into the charts, I think basically, yes, there's a little bit of a different pattern when you are actually at the bottom, and maybe those right shoulders may need to go a bit deeper or something like that to actually go and do something like that. But then as price starts to evolve and actually starts now getting into the momentum of buyers getting into it, for example, now there's maybe not the need for this low to come back into this level to actually just continue to push. Right,
exactly.
Maybe price will now just respect this level. We do have a little bit of liquidity here, kind of. There is a little bit of a trapping situation with this moving here, with these most recent lows, but no need to maybe take this one in there as well. So basically, we already start to show a little bit of intention to go higher. If I can't sweat to this level, and then maybe the manipulation could have been done maybe somewhere in here, and that would be the trigger now to go higher. And then there was even a new pattern in here that also can be used, and this is almost a quasi-mode as well. Not really sure if this end up being a quasi-mode, but do have that also question of liquidity in there before then price actually go. But this is already more in the continuation pattern set up and not really at the bottom of a move. And most likely sometimes these actually levels in here, they're actually left behind for the future. Maybe price can go, then eventually come all the way back, and now from here it actually now finally goes. So sometimes these levels actually in the future they come back. Price comes back in here. I don't know when the future is, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, who knows when that future goes. But sometimes those levels are left behind in there for a reason. And there you go.
Yeah, and in between, right? Before, for example, it will at some, not all the ways, but it will at some time in another time frame come back and make in a cycle that makes sense on that time frame. But on this time frame, what you see is just momentum going, moving away from the head or the right shoulder in this case, but it plays, it plays to, how do you say that? It dances to the rhythm of different time frames at different moments, and right now it is, pushing. On the lower time frame has a lot of momentum and doesn't make those retraces anymore because it switched. But that is on this time frame. When we zoom out and there is an actual pattern on the higher time frame as well, you will see it will still come back, and that will be the future that you refer to, where it comes back to those levels, because on that time frame it's not ready yet, right? So it dances to the rhythm of each respective time frame and the phase it is in each time frame. So on the lower time frame, maybe it already switched, but on the higher time frame, it's still making just the head, for example. On the lower, and within that head on that higher time frame, let's say on the daily, you can have multiples, phase of the getting out of that right shoulder, having a lot of momentum. But it's only on the higher time frame, just creating a head. It's not done yet. So it's actually it's very powerful when you can recognize what phase of the reversal on different time frames it is. Because if you can, that is what I do with the alignments, right? I try to align all of them where you have the daily and the hourlies aligned, where all of them are at that phase on that right shoulder, where you have momentum that starts from the lower time frame on the minutes and goes becomes, I can't predict it, but I can align myself and try to catch when the momentum of the minutes become the momentum of the hours, become the momentum of the dailies, and those are the gargantuous traits that sometimes we can catch.
Yeah, and just in addition to that, in those moments, usually what I usually try to look for to actually then potentially be that trigger that, okay, there is a shift, you can actually kind of feel the shift, is try to identify then a bit of where is actually price reacting, maybe on the left side, or did price kind of did something on the left side that actually this can be the bottom. Right? It's kind of thinking about, is this potentially the target of this moving here, a target or a level that actually makes sense to then now actually have that shift in there. Because if this, that's why sometimes it looks like maybe price is trying to actually go higher, and then kind of start to create. But maybe if there is, let's call it maybe the target from this move to the upside is still maybe in here, like a target from these sellers to eventually find new buyers. If it is still ripped underneath, that's why maybe you still have kind of price forcing it, maybe like it happened here on the euro, I don't know, something like that still forces to go into that level, and then now you actually start feeling the shift, and now price doesn't really go there again, and now just start, and every good moves or something like that, now it actually starts seeing even more momentum to the upside, and now it's a new it's a new shift, and the new participants kind of just came into the market in that moment, and now they are in control of this move to the upside.
There's if you go to the weekly on the EU on your chart, to you, do you think it hit something on the weekly already to start that weekly reversal, or not reversal as in quasi, but just a reversal where we're gonna go, bullish order flow on the weekly time frame? To you, has that happened already?
Yeah, on the weekly, to be honest, I'm not really sure if I do like anything in there, but just by looking now at monthly, we can see that price now finally touched also this level. So we had this big candle, we have the break, so now this could work a little bit as a level of support resistance. On the weekly time frame, it's a bit more choppy, but on the daily, something that I like on the daily is that we had this important supply level in here that price should have kind of hold it to the downside, but it didn't. It can actually broke through, and usually these levels, they tend to work quite nicely. I'm actually noticing a little bit of that. So these last levels that price should have reacted one way and continue, but it doesn't, it kind of breaks. They tend to kind of work quite nice. So I do like where the low on the euro. I didn't like when you were in here. I think I mentioned that as well. So when price was still around this level in here, I didn't like it. I didn't like where price was reacting to now see already this shift on the euro. So I wanted at least a little bit of a further move to downside on the euro dollar before we have that shift. But I do like it. Even here on the 4-hour time frame, we also see it. It's a clear level that price kind of should have, just by the shape of it, like price should have kind of hold it more downside, and then there's a big break in here, and these levels in here, they kind of work quite nicely in the future to hold price. And then if you go into more time frame, maybe you can even see something in there, a specific zone in there as well. So yes, maybe on the monthly, then to the daily 4-hour, I like it opposite to where price was in here. I do like where price is reacting right now. Now, if this is actually the bottom of the bottom of the bottom to actually a price already kind of completely everything, we'll see, but at least a good reaction, maybe to try to challenge again these tops. I think this was a good level to react from.
Take a look at your weekly time frame, if you will. Okay.
Yeah,
to me, if you zoom in just a little bit, to me, there is a weekly order block there that hasn't been tapped into, and because I define my weekly order blocks as the open of the bar number 1, it means that I still need, to me, either the market will create a new order block, a new structure from which it will start its uptrend or continue its uptrend, which is what it's showing right now. Look at that current bar and the previous bar on the weekly time frame. It is showing a bullish order block to be formed if this is how it closes. So it's either going to be a new structure, and if that happens, that we can trade that next week. But if that's not going to be the case, then to me the weekly hasn't given us that indication yet that it is ready to have that push. That means that if you go to the daily, let's go to the daily on your chart.
Yeah.
That, to me, there is still a level there that you can see that on the outside bar as well on the daily. Look at that outside bar from where, right under the level that you indicate, right, that one. That outside bar is, to me, on the daily time frame where we might be going to, if the weekly is going to be the level, the lower weekly structure is going to be the needed structure to, switch back. So I'm in this trade already, not EU, GU, and I could have been in this trade as already, and even have my targets at the top, because there is that chance. It did signal me. So I'm not here to predict. I'm just get in, and if it is going to go to the target, I'm in. It's not a statement that it will. It just if. So I'm in. I'm taking it, but I see that on the daily time frame, it still hasn't reached those levels. So either it's gonna create new ones, and that means that I'm already in at the best price, or it still needs to come down, and so I need to be prepared for that. I already took partial, so I'm already in profit. I don't mind if it comes back and takes me out. I'm gonna leave it. It doesn't. I will not lose, but I will not. Obviously, I'm gonna give away a lot of profit. But that's the price of it. If I want to catch that bigger move, I cannot be too picky or too strict with my trade management. I have to give it some room to a lot of room to breathe, and that means that potentially I can lose that, and that's fine. There's no other way to catch those big moves because price is not going to go in one straight line. That doesn't happen very often, rarely. So it's okay to me. I already got my profits, and if it does move, then I will catch it, and if not, then I'll get a very little profit, probably. But I will then be ready for that lower structure to be retested because it makes sense on the weekly time frame and on the daily time frame as well. Or it will be a new structure, and then I'm already in. And if it comes back to those new structures, I will get in again because that will create a new structure that it will not need to come back to, but it will possibly come back to retest that weekly structure. Let's say you go to the weekly order block, the weekly time frame you had before, and if you zoom in, right, you when that let's say it creates the order block right now, these two current and the previous candle, it closes like this. That upper border of the order block right there, that the open of that bar, that's going to be in the top border of that box is going to be at the open of that previous bar. So the top of that box, green box, is just there, exactly there. So there is a chance it will come back to that. Even if it doesn't come back all the way to my entry, it could come back. There is a chance, and I'm gonna stack up on that as again, without knowing if I'm going to be right or not. You never know, but I keep on stacking that until it reaches TP, and by that time, I could have maybe each time 2, 3, or 4 signals open or signals executed, and not all of them will be still alive, but maybe half, maybe a little bit more than half, and that's how I capture. If this is the reversal, I'm already in, and if it's not, then I'm going to be in the second time again. So I'm gonna catch them anyways. Yeah. As long as they signal.
Yeah, you can see how this value that you just mentioned, price already reacted from it quite a few times recently. Yeah, when you're looking at the wartime framing here, you can see there was all these touches. There is this specific touch. There is another weak in here, and there is this touch in here. So price already touched exactly from that level quite a few times. We have this one, we have this one, we have this one, you have this one, right? So it has been either as a short or a long, it has been a level that price has paying attention to, this 116.585, which is interesting. I kind of agree with you in the terms of the day. I didn't really finalize that comment. Yes, price is reacting from around this level, but I do like still even further down in here. So I could still see euro eventually even getting a little bit closer to somewhere around this level for longs as well. But at the same time, yes, this was kind of an interesting zone where we had a bounce, and then we still have more downside eventually on the euro.
Yeah. On the comment, Steven, my friend, the thing is, we have to embrace, at least that's how I see it, we have to embrace the randomness in the market, the inherent unknown nature of everything we do when we're trading, meaning unknown outcome. We simply don't know, and I think it's having confidence in something you have been, you have data and you've been practicing for a very long time, and you have all the evidence, in your withdrawals, it tells you a couple of things. One thing is, I only, the confidence is conditional in the sense that only if it makes sense to me, according to my view, I can have an expectation to what is like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I have an expectation based on historical data what is likely to happen. Still, I don't know. But once it doesn't make sense, let's say it reverses at the level that Pedro is indicating, which is a fair value gap for many others. Since I don't trade that level, to me that it makes sense. I understand that the market is going to react to those levels as well, but that's not within the within the boundaries of my strategy, something that makes sense to the strategy. It's not an input to the strategy. So once that is the case, right, then it's just noise to me, and I don't touch it. But the confidence comes by being very specific and having the data to be confident about those times when a certain thing happens, a very specific thing. It comes to a daily structure, or it goes to whatever whatever that might be for you. And then at specific moments you can be specific and not specific, I mean confident, because it is in your turf. It is, this is the thing that you've been doing for many years, over and over and over every day, and that's where the confidence comes from. So it's not about confidence of the outcome, because I don't know. But if certain specific things happen, then I already have to look at my history, and I can, I have a reasonable knowledge of what's likely to happen. I know the percentages, I know, and that's what gives the confidence in very specific situations.
Yeah. Some comments. Yeah, someone comment about Bitcoin in terms of the spreads. The spreads are actually quite nice, or in terms of the prices on the Fivers. Of course, you can test it yourself. If you go to our website on the Fivers, you can download the MetaTrader. You can test the spreads for yourself. So that's something that you can do. But actually, the spreads are quite nice. Yeah.
I'm not giving out my fingerprint here. No, I'm just thumbs up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Someone asked a question. What was it? Serious doubt. The King Kong. Serious doubt. How can I book profit if price moving before I take profit? I trade on 5 and 15 minutes. Share some thoughts. Do you want to go for it, Victor? Because if you say how can I book profit if price moving before I take profit? First of all, if this is something that's happening many times,
go ahead. No, go ahead. If you have an idea.
Something that I was about to mention was if this starts happening many times, there's maybe something that you can adjust straight away just by journaling. Okay, so journaling is a great tool that can help you to determine exactly how far away usually your targets, your price moves in your direction when you are in a trade. Even on the other side as well, maybe some of you are maybe closing way too early, and then price still continues to go a lot more in your direction. So maybe there's something that you can also do in that regard to maybe expand your targets. So journaling is an important one. And then, of course, we will need to know a little bit more information. What kind of targets are you looking for? Are you looking for targets or fixed targets in terms of risk reward? Are you looking for targets a bit more discretionary in terms of looking for structure that you are looking for, maybe a previous level of a high or a low or something like that. So we will need, at least on my side, I'll need a little bit more information what kind of targets you are looking for. Like mentioning that you are looking at a 5 or 15 minutes time frame, I'm not really sure if you could be looking for any time frame in that sense, unless you are looking for confirmation of maybe price breaking below kind of an engulfing candle on the opposite side, maybe then you can close your trades. But it depends. There's many things that you can, first of all, explain a bit more in detail what your approach, and then we can give you more feedback. But go ahead, Victor, in terms of this question.
When King Kong, nice name by the way. If you're referring to price start moving before your TP, meaning it doesn't reach your TP, maybe it goes back. If that's what you mean, because I wasn't sure completely, but if that's what you mean, you in the end, it doesn't matter how price behaves on its way to your TP, as long as it hits it. And if you have the data and you have the numbers, large sample size, good data where you executed the same strategy with the same rules, without deviation, without variation, then you shouldn't worry too much about what price is doing. You just trust the data, trust the numbers, and you say, let's say, I don't know, 60% of the time it will hit my TP. Right? There will be a margin. It will be sometimes a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But if you have enough trades under your belt, you can have that confidence and not care about what's happening intra-trade, right? While the trade is open. That's one thing. If you don't have the data yet, then you should get the data. Get your information. How do you do that? That's by collecting. For example, go back. You can do this forward testingly, or with back testing, where you control time, which is more efficient for your time, of course. You can go back and have the exact entries. Let's say you're a day trader. Since you're trading the 5 and the 15, I assume that you're a day trader. If that is the case, you can say, well, let me measure how high or how much R as in R multiples of the risk units. How many R's do I get on average? How often do I get 1 R? How often do I get 2 R's, 3 R's, whatever? If it's an R multiple a fixed R multiple that you're using. Or you could have an indicator. Say, I'm going to go till this EMA, or I'm going to go till, you could use structures. I'm going to go till this order block or this, and by defining these and actually testing each one of them, you can gather what are the probabilities, right? And this is only possible if you have a rule-based system. If it's very discretionary, then it's going to be very difficult, and the information you get may not be telling you much, because the rules keep changing, or the situation is not increasingly, but is constantly varying. So the data is less indicative of future performance. But if you have a rule-based system, for which I'm very strong proponent of, you can go back and know exactly this is the place and the level that I should, if I were trading this asset, I would be in. And having a rule-based system for your TPs will also, even if you don't know what it is, but you can test different. As I said, you can have the fixed multiple of your risk, structures, indicators, even time-based. And if you have test all of those, you can come up with and gather those probabilities, right? And for yourself, see which one is more effective, and maybe fine-tune them. And once you have your rule, the best rule that fits your style and your preference, and what is more profitable and all of that, just stick to it. And make sure from time to time that the number hasn't changed because it will fluctuate with time. It's not going to be fixed. Let's say 60% you're going to hit TP, and it's going to be forever 60. It will fluctuate because the market does change. The volatility goes up and down, and maybe that could affect you, or some other thing of the market. So, and just make sure that it is still profitable as you go forward, but you just stick to it, and you don't care what happens right before the TP, right? Or halfway through it, or whatever, right? I tried different things, and I saw that on my way to TP, the market gives me all kinds of signals that it's not going to reach it. And it's so easy to step into that trap, thinking, all right, the market is very clear. It's been showing me these signs, and That's it. I gotta take my profit. You do that, and just even if you don't have that experience, or you don't, I'm not very convincing at what I'm saying. Try it for yourself and see how the market, maybe or maybe not, I don't know, but to me that is something very often. It will give me all kinds of structures, even reversal structures right before that TP, right? But if I start listening to these signs, I'm not gonna get to my TP that I know from the data, from the historical data that I have on my trades, that I now I just follow blindly. That's why I'm a big proponent of set and forget for most part. Not every part. There are some rules that needs to be adapted, needs to be introduced, or to be certain situation where set and forget is not optimal. But for most part, it's as it's good enough, and it's actually in efficiency much better. So how can you book profits? Coming back to the original question, is having the data, having rule-based system if possible, and just follow the plan. That's it, right? If your TP is data driven, then you should not be worrying about what the price does until it gets there, because you're not focusing on just one trade. You're looking at 20, 50, 100 trades at a time. And you know that the numbers will be roughly the same as you measured if you did everything by the book.
Yeah.
There are other ways as well to find your TP placement with, if you haven't, that's one method to get it. The other ones are maximum favorable excursion. You can draw for every trade how far it went in profit before coming back to your TP or the end of the day, or I mean your entry, or coming back at the end of the day. And if you measure that, you plot that on a graph where the x-axis is time and the y-axis is R multiples, you will get a curve, right? Not one line, but you get every trade will have a curve, a curve. And you can, by watching 50, hundreds of these curves, you will see what is the most likely pattern of the equity curve intra trade, right? So what is the P&L intra trade from one trade, not the account, just one trade, one position. That's another way of looking at it. That's not fixed to a mathematical number or a structure or an indicator. It's just looking at the likelihood of previous equity curve intra-trade.
Yeah. I think if King Kong was about to share even more insights exactly how he does it, because I don't think he shared it. Of course, we could go even deeper on the explanation. But all of that is they're great tips on how to approach targets. Instance. Now looking at go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, looking at the charts. So let's start looking at the charts, because everyone is asking for either euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie, euro yen, and so on and so forth. So yeah, go ahead with it. If you want to start with Aussie dollar, then you jump into euro yen maybe, and then of course your favorites euro dollar and pound dollar. We can take a look at that.
Sure. Pedro, actually not Pedro. I'm talking to Manish. Manish, could you share with us on what time frame you're looking at? Because if you're in the 15 minutes or so, then I can focus a little bit on that time frame. Just let us know in the meantime in the chat, and I will start with the top-down analysis on the Aussie dollar, US dollar, and for that we're gonna switch ever so smooth to another scene. So here we are. So the monthly time frame. We've looked at this chart before, or this pair, perhaps even because of Manish. Who knows? So we start here at the current price. We go back and look at what are the last order blocks or structures that were created, and where are we in terms of supply and demand in this time frame. Are there reasons? Are we let me see. There is an extra. How do I take this off? I think
must be Jonatan.
That's the same thing with the other time, right?
Yeah, but I think he removed himself. So Jonathan, if you're listening to it,
apparently I still can't take it, but okay. Well, okay, I'm not gonna take too much. I'm not gonna do any too many clicks because I'm afraid I might delete all of us. Okay, we're gonna leave it there. No problem.
Okay. And by the way, Manish is looking at 5 minutes. Okay, so that's
Oh,
the
5
time.
minutes. There you go. Yeah, that's there you go. Okay, so he heard us. Jonathan is always listening in. I like that. He's everywhere all the time. Just whisper his name and you'll have his attention. Okay, so the on this time frame, let's make the graph as big as possible. We are from the left. We are recognizing, or order blocks are recognized, that we are hitting in some very broad but still bullish demand area. On a more local recent time scale, there is a outside bar, very strong outside bar that was created after the market reacted to some structure on a lower time frame. We happen to be able to see it from here, meaning price comes in and then creates that outside bar. It shoots up. In my mind, at least on the monthly, there isn't anything to stop us all the way to this order block. Okay, so on this time frame, even though it can easily come down, a couple of bars, meaning a couple of months, meaning strong trends to the downside, eventually I see this, or I would assume that price would need something on the monthly time frame. And since I don't have anything else, I would assume that price is trying to reach on the monthly time frame that structure. Okay, that's one thing. Other than that, there isn't really a lot more to say. But in the meantime, on its path to that structure, right, this is the weekly, we do see that the market reacted very nicely to that order block, to the right there. We already saw that on the monthly, and that caused this very strong, decided move in the opposite direction once it reacted and activated all the buyers that were waiting there. And in this time frame, it had a couple of order blocks to respond to, and you can see, actually I took it off already, but it had 2 order blocks on its path from leaving the monthly to go to that next monthly structure, right? There are 2 structures here. I took off the other one already because it has been invalidated. But before it was invalidated, you can see how these, for 3 consecutive weeks, or actually 4, it had, this structure function as a supply area very effectively. You could have been, taking trades knowing that, because that structure was there already. Until it breaks it, right? It breaks it, and now it is reacting from the next one. So this order block has been taken out, and this is actually a entry order block on a quasi. Although it is, let me mark this as such here. Okay, and you can see, as the moment, at least in this time frame, the moment price comes back and interacts with it, right? It doesn't need much imagination or focus or observation to see how the market reacts from it, right? Creating that bearish order block, that's the indication that it reacted, or that's the confirmation it reacted to the order block above us. And the question is, what does it need, right? We reacted from a weekly structure. So what does it need to come back to, on its path going to that monthly? Because that was the monthly direction that we're going. If we go back, you can see there is an order block right here, right? So it already has, at least on the weekly, it has already tapped into the demand side, a relevant time frame, meaning the weekly. Obviously, there's also the monthly below us, right? That it's still getting out, but that is less significant, less potent, because it's very strong, but it's for this weekly time frame. The monthly will have its reaction, but it's the weekly that you want to be looking, because that's the same time frame, right? And it already had that reaction last week. So in my mind, I want to see from this moment. So if we zoom in, I want to see here in this wick on the lower time frame. If we zoom in, I want to see, did the next time frame reverse as well, right? Did it, bounce off some kind of entry order block on the quasi bullish ones, of course, or did it start creating new structures to move, upwards? Because if it did, then it makes sense on the weekly and the daily that we're likely to be going to retest this structure again, or perhaps at least this weekly to begin with. So let's do that. Let's go to the daily and see what it tells us. All right, so do we have a quasi here? We don't, right? This is not a head, not in my book. And there isn't anything, this is not a left shoulder, because there is no established downtrend, right? This is not being the lower lows, lower highs, etc. So there isn't a reversal. The other thing is, if I look at the structures here, right, there isn't an order block that it would have been reacting to. Not only that, it didn't create another bullish order block as well. So it didn't create new structures, meaning maybe it's still going to come in the future, but right now there isn't any indication that, it's done with this order block on the weekly, right? It could be that it still needs to go a little deeper before reversing, before showing those signs of the buyers taking over. That's not happening right now. So that gives me the idea, or gives me the indication, the inclination to think that, it's not done yet with that downwards movement. Meaning it could, I should be looking for structures to capture that move if there is still one. And we do have an order block right here that is still fresh on the daily, this time frame, that it seems to be, it hasn't shown us anything. It is retesting right now, and it could be used for its continuation on this path, right? So it is basically on this path. I don't know if it's going to go deeper or not. That information we don't have. But at least the retest of this, I would assume that the likely effect on price would be that will have some kind of a reaction. How deep, we don't know. But some kind of reaction, because of everything I just said, right? Following the narrative, right? It hasn't shown us yet that it's done with that downward path. So if we look for a reason to short this, let's go to the H4 and let's see if we can find something that makes sense. In this time frame, there isn't a bullish quasi, opposite direction of what we're looking for, but there isn't a bullish quasi. The neckline would be here, hasn't taken it out. So there cannot be a quasi on that on this structure. But let's look if we can find a quasi or a fresh order block that makes sense. I like the music. How about you, Pedro?
Me too.
It makes me wanna, move my hips.
Yeah, I like it. It helps me focus.
It helps you focus. Yes. Pedro, what is the typical dance, or the preferred dance style in Portugal?
Oh my god, that's a good one. I don't know.
Are you Pedro, or are you an AI? An AI, substitute.
If I was an AI, I would know the answer. Since I'm Pedro, I'm not really sure. We may have some really traditional old style of dancing, but dancing, I'm not really sure. To be honest.
Okay. I mean,
maybe someone in the comments.
Brazil has samba, right?
Yeah, exactly. Brazil, Brazil has samba. Brazil likes those parties. It's a hot country as well. Most of the year, they like to enjoy themselves constantly.
So what is the equivalent for Portugal? That's the question. Let us know in the chat. Those of you, I'm sure you guys in the chat are very cultured, and you know the answers we don't have, because of course we're not specialists on that theme or that topic. Help us, educate us. What is the typical dance, the preferred dance in Portugal? Now, Argentina has tango, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whole Latin America has salsa, right?
Yep.
Brazil has what did I mention?
Samba.
Samba, yes, samba. So what is it from Portugal? In the meantime, as you guys are figuring out, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to ChatGPT right now. What is the typical rhythmic or folkloric dance in Portugal? What is it? What is it? I wanna have the answer. Anyways, let's continue with the EU for Manish and everyone else who is interested. So we were looking for the daily, right? So we have that narrative where it gives me that inclination or that suggestion to start looking for a daily, a bearish sign, fandango. What is that? Is that something? Is that something real?
Something real. I have no idea. Nev, I can see Nev in ChatGPT because I just did the same, and I can see that they say the Vira, which, to be honest, that's one of maybe traditional old school style of dancing, because I don't really know this style of dancing. It's not something that it's in ChatGPT, exactly. Yeah, that's not something that no one will be. It's not samba, it's not tango, it's not no one's going to be dancing that on
it's
a
not
nightclub.
Flamenco either.
Yeah.
I know it's not flamenco because that's from Spain.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
Okay. Anyways, it's gonna be a question mark. Maybe someone will give us that answer in the rest of the stream. However, let's go back to business, right? So the daily order block, that's right there. And Manish, thank you for your patience. We're coming to that 5-minute time frame, sometime in about 5 hours. But hold your patience right there. We're gonna be right there. So we do have a quasi. I was looking for a reason on the next time frame. So the daily we have. I was looking for a reason on the lower time frame. The next step to me is a factor of roughly 4 or 5. That means on the 4 hour. And we do have a quasi. Let's look at it. Look at his beautiful, very exotic quasi right here. You have the higher highs, higher lows, break of that neckline, and we mark from that low to the high of that quasi. This would be the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. We will then retrace that 50% retracement using that fib tool and come back and count the numbers of eras we have. We have one big structure here, which would be an entry order block on the H4, perfectly able to be traded. However, it's not in alignment with that daily, so I'm not interested in that one. And we find another one right here. And that is the only tool we have above that 50% retracement, that fib level. And we do see, it's not a coincidence that this level is reacted like it is right now, right? So market has already reacted to it. We don't know if it's gonna samba. What is baila rico? What's that?
It's kind of just it's kind of what you dance in the, how do you call it? It's kind of not an event, but so it's a celebration, kind of, when you're kind of dancing in a celebration of many people together, kind of just
okay.
dancing. I don't even know if there's a style in there.
Okay. So it's more of a type of get together.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm getting a lot.
I'm getting culturally educated here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Keep them coming. So the order block has already been being used, and you can see how the market reacts to that order block that we just indicated here. Because it's an entry order block on the quasi, it doesn't go stale, right? It's still fresh. It was never fresh, but I mean, freshness doesn't apply to the quasis. So that is one thing. So we do have an area that is in line with the daily, where we can trade it. We could have, and we can still trade from, right? So I understand that we do have an area here on the H4. Not only that, you can see that the market already also has a fresh order block that was created on the first attempt. It had the first interaction it had with that order block, right there. So we have alignment to trade this one with the daily and with the quasi. We have multiple reasons to take a short from there. Already it has already started that move, but you can understand that within this order block, or if you want to be more specific, within this order block, you can look for reasons to go short on multiple time frames. And what you see there, that's an H2 order block. Look at that wick, right? I know this already happened, so there is no, you can turn time back, and you can turn time back. But this you can use the next time, right? Let's go to the H1. Do we have a quasi in here? No, we don't. Do we have a fresh order block that we could use in conjunction with that H4? And well, there was one here. That was an Asian session. Other than that, I don't see anything. So we do have a structure here. It already. Let me eliminate this. So I can, because we have H2, H1, we can indicate that as an area of interest, right? Where we could be looking for that reversal. And once we have the alignment, at least according to me, what the alignment could be, you can still start going to the 15 or the 5 minutes. And Manish, thank you for your patience. So I would be looking for that reversal. Let's see, this is the 15-minute. Personally, I don't trade this time frame, but it's perfectly tradable. Let's see if there was an entry in here, right? So we have one. Look at that beauty. Look at that thing. Woo! It's a thing of beauty. It's something to fall in love with. Look at that. So, that one is not the only one, but it is still valid. And actually, because it went lower, this whole area becomes one afterwards. But you could have used it. That was ancient session, so maybe not very useful in terms of the time. And there isn't anything else. So this time frame doesn't help us. So that means, yeah, I could use this, but I would want something within this order block, and that hasn't happened yet. Maybe we can leave this. I'm especially interested in this order block on the 15-minute time frame, as long as this area of interest is not invalidated by a close on the H2 above it, right? So that would be this line. So the invalidation rule for this area is that there is no H2 close above 65.26.5, at least on this time on this price feed. Let's go on the lower time frames, maybe on the 5, to see if we can find something. I'm trying to be as exact as possible. Right, so there is 2, 3, 4. Yeah, in the 5-minute, that bigger quasi is no longer tradable. And that leaves us with perhaps this entry, this quasi. And in that idea, we would be, this is not useful either. And then I'm left with nothing. Okay, so there isn't any quasi. I mean, that's it. I can make it. So that means that from the left, there is no valid, to me in any case, there isn't a valid quasi I can trade from. However, we can still look for this area for recent price action to see if we, because this was the area of interest, right? This is the area of interest. So it can use something from the left, or it can use something, it can create new structure to be used as a quasi. So I would be interested in, look at that beauty of a reaction. I mean, this is wow. I don't know what you guys think.
So just to conclude, Manish, when you asked the question, there was an opportunity. But
Yes.
because Vitor told all the story about Aussie dollar and all the way from the third generation all the way to now, well, the opportunity is gone. Okay, so
that is actually true, Pedro. You're actually right on that. We have to check the time span. When was this? Let me check this. Let me actually check the time. Manage. We can check this. How many minutes ago was it? Manage.
20 minutes. 33 minutes ago.
33 minutes, is it? I'm gonna put it
Yes.
on the chart for everyone to see. There we go. 33 minutes. Okay, so you guys can't see it, but we can see it in the back. This was 33 minutes ago. Okay, so where was price 33 minutes ago? Here. Basically, Manish was actually on the spot with it. That's the reaction Manish was seeing and saying, okay, I want to see, if Victor also sees the same as I do. Awesome, Manish. Manish, you're doing great stuff. All right, so this is the reaction that you would be looking for. The only thing is, it didn't give me, at least not yet, a reason to enter based on my entry models, right? But you can have, different entry models. You don't have to do everything. Actually, I don't want you to do everything like I do, because you haven't gone through the experience, the journey, the losses, the lessons that I went through, right? So you have to use a model that makes sense to you, that you know inside out, you have data on, and all those things. So in my entry model, I wouldn't enter because it didn't trigger me. But perhaps you could have different ways to get in. Let's say, I don't know, maybe right, maybe just looking at this candle, this bearish order block could be, one indication, one of many, that would constitute a signal, right? Not just one thing, but a couple of things that, if they happen within a certain context, then they mean something to you. Okay, so it's a very nice suggestion to check that pair, courtesy of Manish. Manish. So everyone, let's have a round of applause for Manish here. Let me see, where is that? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. You guys don't hear
now? Okay, can hear you. Okay.
No, others you can't hear everyone, but we can hear everyone who is in the background waiting to be to get on the stream. And so anyways, I will not say I will not spill the beans on what was told, what was said. I'll let the person himself explain his motives and his justification for saying that. All right, so that's Aussie dollar, US dollar. So I hope you guys, I mean, even if I didn't allow you to do anything with the signal, I think it's not. Actually, it's not a signal. We're not here to give out signals. We are against that. It's prohibited. I'm serious, because signals are not what's going to help you become better, right? They're fleeing. So and this doesn't matter that the entry or the reversal or the reaction already happened. From a I know I'm talking about myself now, but from watching a trader that is profitable has consistency doing it, you can adopt, try out, different things, see how the process is, what the workflow mentally, what I do, and you try to see if you can apply that to your structure as well. See if there's something that I'm doing perhaps that you could use as well in your process, in your mental process, in your breakdown, because I do that every day. Sometimes I think it's boring for you guys because I do the top down, the same way all the time, but that's with intention, because what I want to see is that I follow that same process all the time. If you want to have consistency in your results, you got to have consistency in your workflow. There's no other way around it. All right, so Mike is giving me nudges here that I'm talking too much. All right, so let's see. There is where's that transition video we play? Okay, I got it here. No, I'll do it. I'm not talking to myself, people. I'm talking to Mike here in the background. Just so you know, I am sane. I'm sane, although not all the time. No, but jokes aside, Pedro, I haven't given you much chances to say anything in between. I'm gonna log off, and the gentlemen of ABL will be coming in. Anything you would like to say before we switch, Pedro?
It was a pleasure to listen to you, and yeah, I agree with you. Sometimes when you are doing analysis, like, most important is not exactly the levels that you are mentioning on the chart itself, but more of the thought process of the trader, and that's maybe something important. With that being said, thank you, guys. Enjoy. And now our new hosts, that you have Mike and Griff on the back, just ready to jump into here as soon as Vitor allows everyone to move on. So thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Awesome, Pedro. Thank you for that. Yes, everyone, stay tuned for Mike and Griff, who will be giving you all sorts of golden nuggets of their thought process in a short while.
Hello, can you see me okay? I think I'm lagging.
You're lagging? You seem all right to me.
Okay, that's good.
Are you feeling rather laggy?
I'm still seeing the intro. There we go. I can see everything now. We were both in the background dancing, Mike. I could see you in the preview. We're both going.
In this new platform, we get to see everything, and we get to talk to one another in the background, and it just creates all sorts of chaos. So yeah, but it's all good. I think we've lost your screen share for a second there for some reason, Griff. So you're going to bring that back up.
I thought maybe it would help my connection. Let's bring it back.
Maybe disappeared, but we'll get into that in a minute. EBI Technology says he likes the intro. Thank you very much. I would like to take credit for it, but I didn't make it myself. But I certainly take credit for dancing to it in the background whilst you guys are waiting for us to come on live. So yeah. Who else we got in the chat? We got Manish, we got Aldo, we got Digital Factory. Good to see all of you guys. Steven's in with us as well. Lovely to see you guys. Hope everyone is doing well. First things first, Griff, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm going all right. Thanks, Mike. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Sleep levels at the moment?
Reasonable. I've taken a bit of a day off today, so I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, all right, good to know. Yeah, Henri is he's pulling no punches. He wants to know, have you taken? Well, first of all, did you take a trade, and was it a winner?
I've not taken any trade this week. No, I've not.
No trade.
But crypto's been looking good. That's what I've been looking at. I mean, if you think about my crypto portfolio, I'm up like 50% this week because it's 100% Ethereum. So nice. That's where my profits come from this week.
ETH was getting rather a hard ride for a while there, kind of from the beginning of the year, but it's finally showing some momentum. So yeah. Good to hear. So are you predominantly in ETH, or are you in any others as well?
Just ETH, yeah. I've been with ETH since like COVID. I remember when it was like $13 and I was in sixth form and I was like buying and selling it. I wish I was not selling it. I was just buying it now. Yeah, I got some later in COVID, I think. My average buy price is like $2,000. So I'm probably up. Yeah, I'm up like over 50% now.
Nice. Excellent. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, like just as of recently, which is great.
Good stuff. I see we've got my esteemed colleague here.
Here we are.
How you doing, buddy? You all right?
Doing well. Yeah, I sent you a message, but my link wasn't working.
Oh, sorry about that, mate.
Oh, that's right. I refreshed it like 60 times and eventually worked for some reason. So there we go.
Gremlins
We're here
out
now.
now.
That's what
Gremlins
matters.
out.
Yep.
How you doing?
How you doing, Griff?
Yeah, I'm going all right, thank you. You just missed. I've taken no trades before you ask.
Oh, okay.
It's funny. I never ask you guys how you like whether you've taken any trades because I know you have. I assume do you ever go a week without taking a trade? I assume not really.
No.
No.
Yeah, no. Rarely do I ever go a single day without a trade, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Literally, that thought has just given me shivers, Griff. I just that's yeah. I'm getting withdrawals.
Imagine that.
Just the idea of it, let alone actually doing it.
Exactly. Imagine that.
So yeah. So all right. So Griff. Okay. No trades taken. Any trades considered? Anything close, or really just not your beef, not your...
Nothing at all. No, it's just been completely sideways. I think because of the what caused that huge candle last week. It was Powell not being fired caused a huge spike. That's quite funny logic, isn't it? Since then we've kind of just been ranging within that candle on a lot of the dollar pairs, at least.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, that insider trade worked well for wonders for some people, but the rest of us are sitting there going, "All right, okay, now what?" So,
are you the insider, Mike?
Oh, I wish I was, mate. I wish I was.
Inside?
I was too busy putting my kids to sleep when that all happened, so I had no idea what was going on. I had no clue.
That's
so yeah. We've obviously not got much news for the main part. We have got Powell speaking today. Now, I don't know if that's a problem with our feed or not. But no, it's not. Forex Factory does not believe that Powell speaking today is high impact news.
Depends what he's speaking about, right? He might be speaking about kittens.
Right? Yeah.
I think, you know what, if he was, I think that probably would actually move the market.
Which market, though?
He came out and said, so guys, I got myself a box of kittens, and they're really cute. I genuinely think the markets would probably collapse. Going to be like, okay, the chairman of the Fed has lost his actual mind.
True.
All the meme coins would go through the roof, right?
Yeah.
All the cat meme. Yeah.
True.
Can you imagine?
A market is always moved when this man speaks.
Yeah.
Do you think he insider trades? He must do, right? Then why wouldn't you?
I don't know. I think he's.
I don't think Powell does. I think he's very well set up. He's
earned his money.
Part of hedge funds and all that kind of thing for well beyond. That's why he got put in the Obama administration to help with the GFC as well. So he's made his money a long time ago, and now he's just doing
side quests.
Yeah. That's the thing. He has general intent to actually help people in the greater community and stuff. So
I'd say he's too prim and proper to be doing insider trading, but you never know. You never know. So yeah. But should we dive right into the charts then? Have you seen anything at the moment, Griff, that takes your fancy? Anything tickling your interests?
Let's see. EU's looking reasonable. It's starting to trend up. There was technically a flag opportunity for me, but that doesn't fit my plan. But it's looking like it's playing out at the moment, which is great. If anyone that trades the same strategy as me did take that. Just EU, I think. If that continues trending, I'd look for buys. That's all. You can see trending up.
Do you want to see it pull back though?
Push on. So I would want to see a break above this high, and then maybe a little flag here. That could be really nice, or a little pullback and a continuation, and then I would look for entries on this previous high. There was this timed entry here, so the traditional flag entry would be with my entry model would be right here. On the break of this flag low, and then I take it on the first retrace candle. But I've got a refinement on the euro pairs, well, on EU specifically, because quite often it just ranges during the night, during the Asian session, and it's not until right before London Open that you get any volatility. So I have a refinement where I enter right before London Open, which in this case would be on this candle. So actually a slightly worse price, but it means that you get to skip the Asian range. Sometimes you get in at a better price. Right now, if anyone took this, they would be running around 1%. For me, it doesn't fit my plan because there's this large wick and this aggressive retrace. So for me, I was kind of anticipating that we would fall back into the range or just range. So range or reverse is what I expect after these candles.
Okay, interesting. Have you had a look at gold at all?
I've not.
Gold, I feel as though I was very optimistic this morning on our ABL segment with LJ, and I was like, we're going to get some sells on gold, and it's just been ants. It's just ranged the entire morning for the last few hours since we were on 3 hours ago. For 3 hours, it literally has just sat there and done nothing. Really done nothing. Rather infuriating, I've got to say.
This does look like sells to me as well. I can see this is definitely showing a shift in momentum, and then since then you've not had any buying strength after like this move down. So I wouldn't be surprised if you just trickle down for a while.
I'm generally looking at sells after the big pump. Yesterday was such a massive buying day. I'm genuinely looking at us selling, but it's not doing as much of a move as it did yesterday. Yesterday it was very volatile. There's a lot of activity. There was a lot of momentum into it, and it just didn't want to stop. But today it's all like there. Now, is that everyone waiting for Powell? Possibly. Don't know. Powell's going to be speaking in an hour and 15 minutes. It's not high impact news, but we'll be able to see it here on our financial news widget just to the, I think it's that way, is it? Is that showing it the right way?
Yeah.
Over on the other side? You'll see it over there in the financial juice feed. It will come up with anything that he says. So even though it's not high impact news to worry about on a high stakes account, make sure that you're still careful with it, because it can still, anything he says can still spike and move things around. So always worth just bearing in mind on that one. LJ, we were both looking at sells, weren't we? Earlier. It's not. It came to one area that I was looking at, but it didn't react the way I wanted it to. So I didn't actually take a trade on that. And it's now just ranged in that area. If I pull up my chart here, you can see here I was expecting us to maybe have a reaction off of this 10-minute, but it was also a 15-minute candle as well. Engulfing candle was broken. We've now come up and we're retesting that area again, but we're retesting it with the backing of an engulfing candle to the upside. So I'm anticipating us probably coming as high as here, but we have got pretty significant liquidity up in this area as well. There's at least one perfect equal high. Who is zooming past your place in the middle of the night?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh, was that yours? I thought it was LJ.
No, it's not me. No. Dude, I went and put. I've got like a little cone. I'll show you. So I went and put this on my speaker now. So hopefully it protects all that kind of stuff to mitigate that.
Abe is going to be laughing at your attempts at soundproofing and acoustic management.
Well, it's either that or I just buy a new microphone, which I will have to do. But for now, that's it's a little bit of mitigation. So.
Easy B.
You can hear my phone going off during the ABL stream, though.
No, we didn't hear that.
Exactly. See, it's working. Yeah, because that was still sitting right here, whereas normally.
Yeah, but your microphone is normally sat on the table there as well. Obviously, you've moved it to the side now.
No, it's got a little attachment that sits on the edge of the table, right?
Okay.
So it was off the table before, but somehow it's still picking that up. So
okay.
I don't know. Hopefully
it's totally unrelated to trading. What microphone did you get, Griff?
I got a Logitech Blue Sona. I think another name for it is the Yeti Studio. I was looking at just getting a Shure SM7B on eBay, like a used one, but there's so many fakes. I was like, there's no way to know which is real. So I got one which is kind of similar. It's like a competitor to the Shure SM7B. And I know that they don't make fakes of these yet.
I gotta say, I'm very pleased with my one, the Tonor. I don't know what the model is, but it's got an encasing. So it's got like
I was wondering what that was. I thought you just had a massive microphone.
in there, you can see that, and then it's just kind of enclosed because I'm in a shared office, so it just cocoons it all and stops any background noise, which I believe nobody hears.
Yeah, when you put the mic, when you were showing us from the side, we couldn't even hear your voice. So
there you go.
It works very well.
Yeah.
But it does mean I have to literally just talk into it like this.
Yeah.
I've got a Rode microphone that I will pick up. It's going to get that, so that'll be good.
Easy B, very kind of you to say so. But I basically made a few millionaires yesterday. With a
well done,
Mike.
Well done.
So Easy B. I'm waiting for you to send me my cut of the profit that you made. Crypto's fine. I don't mind how you send it. Stephen says you're right, Easy. It was a good trade. Yeah. No, it was a great trade. It was a really good trade. Those of you who weren't here with us, the trade was this one down here. Now, depending on where you held it, let's just.
What did you pick up percentage-wise? What was like 14%, Mike? Or 12% or something.
700 on a 5k is 14%. Yeah. So it ended up being a 14% trade. Yeah.
That's huge, dude. That's huge.
It was.
That's a monster.
It was basically. It was
absolute
basically
monster.
it was a brand new 5K account. It was one trade, and I took it to $700 profit in one trade.
That's Iron Mike right there. That's Iron Mike. That's knockout, straight knockout right there. That's what we like to see.
If only I could pick up these more often. Basically the trade idea was we were in this zone anyway, and we had this 3-hour inside bar, and this was the low of the inside bar, and it was just seeing how price had created this low. We had this inside bar on the 1 minute. Price wicked up once, wicked up twice. This was then taking this low, but I was confident that we were just retesting this one. Saw this candle retest this wick, and off we went. And that was my indication to get in. The initial TP that I was talking to everyone about was this one here, so just up here. So it would have been about a 6R. If you'd held that trade all the way to the top of the move, then you would have gotten yourself a nice tidy 55R. So
Actually, that's a monster.
So sometimes when you catch them good. I was happy with that one. Femi saying, can I repeat yesterday today as well? It was a great trade.
Yeah. Come on, Mike. Where's the next 55R? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Griff, I know you're here in your own capacity, but we do have a question here from Henri asking about Traders Connect, asking, do they not support MT5 anymore?
Yeah, they've had no choice but to remove MT4 and MT5. Like, obviously, Traders Connect doesn't want to do that, but they, due to like external factors, they've had to remove those trading platforms, unfortunately. I can't really say much more than what's in the documentation that you've got already, I'm afraid.
Okay. Apologies for putting you on the spot there, but appreciate you.
No, it's okay.
You're sharing your views. And yes, EasyB, that was, well, it's not a pass on a high stakes because you're still got to do 3 days profitable. So you've got to have 3 days of 0.5% profit. So.
But you did pass the target, but you just need the other days to complete it.
I did pass the target. That is true. So and Maya, exactly. Yeah, the news about Deborah will come to Bitcoin in a second. How speaking is not high impact news, which is somewhat surprising. So maybe somebody can go away.
Banking event is the thing.
Okay,
so it's going to be around banking stuff and that specific. So generally, it would just be angled to that, and I highly doubt he will want to introduce himself, any other kind of inputs. He would be trying to avoid that right now, obviously. So I think that's the main reason. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe there's any real external questioning that he should undertake. Even if he does, whatever manner, somehow, he'd just be giving the same old spiel, saying, look, I'm not going anywhere legally. This is the structure. ... It's the same repeat thing that he's said every time. I would also hold it as a non-event, to be honest. So,
good stuff. Ahmed's saying, new to the channel, however, I've watched the live once before, just want to know the timing. What time are you guys coming live? So, Ahmed, if you look right down the bottom, you'll see a little scrolling ticker. Actually, no, it's not on there because this is our ticker. But the Fivers live trading room is on Monday to Thursday from 9:30 a.m. UK time till, I want to say 3 p.m. As far as I know. So Monday to Thursday. I know Jonatan has big plans to expand it out into Fridays as well. But you've got to like and subscribe and make sure you hit that bell. The other thing to help us get more and more viewers and more what's the word? Live trading rooms going and all that lovely stuff that you guys all want to see is to make sure you leave us a review on the trustedprop.com website. So if you have a look on the screens right now, you'll see there's a link. It's also in the chat as well. If you guys would be so kind, if you are a trader with the fivers, go and leave us a review. There's a new platform out there, and we want to make sure we share the word of the great conditions you can get with the fivers. So yeah.
So 9:30 UK time is 8:30 GMT, if I'm correct.
GMT.
Yeah.
At the moment, yes. At the moment in the summer, yes.
Yeah. That's always yeah.
Yeah. So not during summer months. It's all very confusing. But anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Translate that then. So yeah.
We've got a couple of questions to go and look at Bitcoin. Ask and you shall receive. Bitcoin. I mean, we had this move here. This was the kind of the big pump, and we pretty much just hovered between the kind of the 50 and the 76.40 since we broke out on, what was it, on Tuesday last week, right? So we pulled back, Monday last week, let's say, but we pulled back down and we're now just hovering. It just seems like we're accumulating more buyers ready to go higher. I don't know, what's your thoughts, gentlemen?
I would say, yeah, just like you were saying, I think it's pretty similar to indices right now. It's very much a buy on dips. I just think the indices are a bit more clean cut, given the higher lows continually, whereas Bitcoin obviously has that higher fluctuation, a bit like gold, right? How it wicks out beyond where you'd think natural support should be, goes a bit further, fakes everyone out, runs higher, and keeps going. And that's naturally because of the slightly lower total liquidity in terms of trading activity that, say, gold or Bitcoin has compared to the indices. So they formulate much more concrete structures, right? But overall, you can see that we're pulling back into that support level and then jumping up from there as well. So similar construct to the indices. I think we should see buying support at any of these dips and then continue higher from there. My next interim target's around 135 to 140 as far as the sort of midpoint. This goes off fib levels and everything from way back when. Then you've got that kind of 150 psychological round number that people look at on Bitcoin. And then you've pretty much got this gap pocket all the way up towards 200K odd. So it's once we get up to those interesting numbers around that 140-ish to 150, if we can storm them, then you just run on. But for now, definitely buy on dips where we've gotten to. That would be my input there for Bitcoin.
Just checked. So LJ's right. Powell will have remarks at the integrated review of the Capital Framework for Large Banks conference. Well, there's a tongue twister for a name of a conference, isn't it? Hosted by the Fed. He'd better limit his remarks. Well, we'll see.
Doesn't sound like they'll be talking about caps.
They'll be talking about technical stuff with the banking regulation things and Basel IV and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be a feline based.
It won't be a monetary policy induced chat. It'll be about technicals with the plumbing of financial system. So
Ahmed's asking us to have a look back at gold. So we'll go back to gold and have a look and see what it's doing. I don't think it's doing much, but we can of course take a look. Testing this low here on the 5 minute. The 1 minute did create, interestingly, sorry, not the 1 minute, the 1 hour did create this engulfing candle, but if you notice, it also wick rejected up. Now, at the moment, you've got this inside bar here with major liquidity. It's taken the high already. So I would be, I don't know, I'm in two minds right now because I don't know why this 1 hour is reacting from here. There's nothing here for it to react from as far as I know, unless I find something here, but I can't see anything in here that suggests why it would react. I mean, granted, you've got this wider structure here, let's say, so theoretically that's where it's sitting. I don't know, are the cells in already maybe?
Yeah, so we're top just there on this recent bar. That is where the 50 moving average and the 100 moving average coincide on a 15-minute time frame, as well as the rough 2 standard div on the Bolly bands per the current price action. So I think it's just that natural kind of level just before there that we're just getting a extension of price per this recent contraction of near-term price action. So as you can see, like, we're just consolidating into a lower and lower overall band, right?
Yeah.
I would say it's very limited impulse to the upside at all. So I would still be leaning on sells, like we're talking in ABL, to about 33.75. And then from there, I think that's going to be the major test point, that whether you can rally from that or if it collapses through. Rally from that, you go beyond the 3,400, try and take a test beyond there and eventually run potentially to all-time highs.
Yeah.
But that's very much the clinch point around there.
At the moment, it feels very much like a contraction. If you see, it's forming liquidity on either side of where it is right now. Just even on the 5 minute, you've got inside bar here and here and here. You've got another one down here. So it's not showing any clear structure. You know, that 15-minute candle that just closed was also an inside bar as well. So again, we're putting major liquidity on either side of it. So it's basically building itself up for a move. What that move is going to be, time will tell. But
yeah, what I don't like is how it is consolidating slightly higher here on the 15 and the 5 minute. However, where it almost seems like we've kind of almost had the impulse to drive lower, but then didn't.
Yeah.
So per today's activity for the session, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another ride higher first. So the test level then would be about 33.91, 92.
Yeah.
A touch above the recent wick there. Near today's session highs. And then see if we can hold that and then either tap that, come back off, or run right through it.
Yeah.
But like Born in 2944 was saying, per the recent price action, I'm starting to see a potential run up to the all-time highs for gold. Right? I think this recent rally has started to negate some of the outlook for that, you know, sort of 3,200 to 2,800 retracement point right now, at least in the near term. So I would have the lean from any of these dips. I wouldn't buy just here, but any further dips, I would potentially buy the dip for a potential run at all-time highs, if that's helpful. So the first contention point is that 33.78 to 75 area, just below what we have now.
Yeah, see, I'm not necessarily looking at that yet. I, as I said this morning, I still feel like we're gonna see some pullback. I can't give you reasons for it. I'm just telling you what I see on the charts.
Yeah. Well, I would be seeing that as well first. So that pullback there, but once we get there, then consideration, I would then have a lean to the upside rather than continuation down. Personally,
I mean, we were talking about it. You know, if you look at gold as a move, and as quickly as it's done it, you know, it has to correct it at least to some extent. You know, because everyone's going to want to take profit at some point as well. Nobody's going to want to hold on for that forever, right?
The ATR has been depressing over recent weeks. So
yeah. So we'll see. But at the moment, looking at gold right now, I'm not seeing any specific opportunities right now because I want to see what it wants to do in this pocket. You know, it's taken this low, for example, of the 15-minute, and broken it, suggesting potential sells. But I want to see more structure right now. It's just, it feels like it's going to do a little bit like this. It's just going to go like this and then just zigzag and catch as much liquidity on either side of things as possible, and you'll very easily get caught wrong side of it. Is my sense, just looking at it, how it's playing out at the moment. If we look at, for example, even the 10-minute, I would have thought that this structure here, these two, one engulfing, two engulfings, was a good strong indication that we were going higher. Just fell through the floor. So it's not showing any clear signs as of yet as to which way it wants to go. I'm still leaning towards very short-term buys up into maybe the 390s, maybe 391 area, something like that, and then looking for a rejection in this pocket, I think, is probably the realistic expectation. But I say that, and it could well be that it pulls back further. At the moment, it's just not showing anything clear one way or the other, as far as I can tell.
Saw a few calls from you guys for euro dollar. We'll go over to that next. Born in 29.44 was saying bought at 33.47. Looking for next week, see if I let it run or close. It's already up 13%. Hey, if you're up 13%, well done. That's a solid trade.
Yeah,
that's a solid trade right there. So that's on you. If you got enough coverage, then fair enough. Let it run if you want that swing trade. As far as euro dollar today, I think we were talking in ABL earlier that euro dollar has ran up to these higher areas. So if we go out to the 15-minute, it shows a bit clearer. Right. From here, we've definitely consolidated this high area, and we've just been trading basically back and forth all day. So I took a long through here, TP'd up there. I've re-entered again after this pullback into the mid-range of the Bolly, 20 moving average, and looking for a high move from there still. So overall, seeing a bit of euro strength, I would say. That's my preferred option for the euro right now. These are just your interim points for today. Whether we get that far, whether it's today or potentially early Asia tomorrow. But I think right now we're back on the drive higher overall for the euro dollar.
Alex says he's in the same trade. There you go. It must be
same trade. There you go. Yeah.
Or it's a degenerate trade.
Or it's a degen trade. Yeah, that's it. If we go to the hour, like you can see, like we've clearly made a higher structure, wanting to push higher right now for euro dollar. Ultimately back up to high 117s, and then pushing on to 118s and potentially breaking the highs right now. So that's what I'm looking at the minute.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I don't think we'll get a look back down here towards 116.60 or 117. We've already now gone beyond that. I think the next step is right on up. So
I think 182, 183 are easily within reach. Just looking at what levels are on the way.
That goes up towards the highs, etc. up there.
Yeah, you look at the daily. There's not massive resistance really. There's a bit of resistance at 175. Other than that, there's nothing really standing in the way of as you say, going up to those levels.
We basically had this trend line that kept us through here. That was the spike on the Jerome Powell stuff. We then gave those gains back, came all the way down. We had the data through last week. We've driven up since into the overextension, pulled back nicely into the moving averages and build off from there. We've then come above this trend line today, managed to consolidate up here nicely and looking to push further. So your next points, at least I've got this target about 117.30 for today as far as intraday. Beyond that though, you've got these higher levels around 117.40 to 50 as the next interim stop, and then beyond that it's pretty much an air gap between that and 118. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
I think that looks really good.
What are you seeing, Griff? If you were looking at EU and anything on your side?
Yeah, I agree. I think buys look best. Like the 4 hour that you pulled up looks so good. I really like when we have price action where we have like a trend, and then we kind of have this descending correction. And then I just would not be surprised if we continue trending up like this. That's what I can see here. We've got the trend, we've got this descending correction, and then it looks like we're starting to reverse again back in this direction. So yeah, I think the target that LJ has there is a very easy target. I think that's very likely to be hit. And yeah, any of these I think are quite likely to be hit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, when you're looking at your pairs, like for example the Euro USD and the such like, are you like, certainly I know LJ does, myself lesser extent, do you look at things like the Dixie as well to kind of give you some directional bias at all? Or?
I do if I'm a little bit uncertain, which isn't necessarily a good thing, because I try not to draw any correlations too much. But I think the Dixie is a helpful tool for sure. The DXY. Let's see what this is looking like. A bit messier, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I invert it, we'll probably get quite a similar chart. Yeah, for me, this doesn't look quite as convincing. I wouldn't be surprised if this was more range bound, maybe broke the high and corrected. It doesn't look quite as nice as Euro USD does. But then maybe, we'll get a lot more strength from the Euro in these movements rather than, what this display is just the dollar, isn't it? Yeah. What do you think about the DXY?
I think it's looking good.
You do?
Yeah.
For shorts? For going down?
Yeah, so Dixie short, so yeah, dollar short overall. I reckon. We had that sort of punch higher. It almost looks like we were getting a bit of strength. Same with the dollar yen, that then failed pretty quickly. And euro dollar has also reversed, right? We then broke, there was a near term trend line, I should say, that was just sort of capping price. We were riding that the whole way, smashed right through it, came up, tested the underside of it, and just fallen right off. And I would say we're now heading down, depending what DXY you look at. I'm currently looking at the one on TradingView on TVC, right?
Yeah, same.
I would say 97.30 is the next kind of standpoint we're looking for. So that's another 50 points or so to the downside. So that would then line up with the euro move as well. Right now, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah, I mean, I do think we're going lower on the dollar. I'm just not sure if we're doing it yet. I just feel as though fundamentally where we sit with everything, it's all just a bit uncertain. It's all just a bit muddy. It's a bit murky and grey.
But I think when that happens, though, given the current climate with everything, you go back to what is the underlying theme, which is dollar selling, right? Tariffs work themselves out, euro buying, and you just... Because what else can you do? What other decision can you make? Like, you wouldn't end up making the decision to go the other way, because that you definitely don't have the underlying picture to do so, right? And so that's where I think when you're getting these neutral grey periods, you revert back to the larger picture, which is sell dollar, buy indices, and we just go back to that same regime. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. And then just when you're in that grey/murky area, it's just not as rapid when it's clear cut, but we still have the general lean to that side, right? That seems to be the general market consensus that I'm getting right now.
Yeah.
So.
For me, I feel like, I feel as though with what happened last week, with the White House official stating that Trump had a conversation about firing Powell and this, that, and the other. And then there's the whole thing about supposedly, I think somebody even mentioned it in the comments, that he's that supposedly Powell is installing gold-plated toilets into the Fed in this renovations to the Fed building and all this nonsense, right? But
Powell's doing that.
That has been kind of suggested, hinted at, that for Trump to get rid of Powell, that he would do him on some technical investigation into misappropriation of funds or something ridiculous like that. It all just seems a little bit extreme, right? But after what happened last week, there is no way that they didn't know what they were doing. There's no way that was all just a misunderstanding. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, no, I'm not doing anything. No. That was all done with a particular play in mind. And therefore, it leaves you to think what other plays are going to be coming in the coming weeks and months to manipulate things further.
I think they've squeezed the book on that, though. Like, what other things could you now get? Because if he goes on something about firing Jerome Powell or something, like, that's done. Like, no one's going to react on that anymore. Because since that as well, people have gone further into the stuff, and it's been highlighted that, yes, the Fed would then sue the government themselves around it. That would take a year, 2 years, 3 years in litigation. By that time, Powell's already done with his tenure. So essentially the whole thing is a nothing burger, right? I don't know how many other viewpoints you could have with that, outside of calling, we've got to deal with this trading partner or something. But the market's already saturated on that, and they're not moving on these things already. So I think it might be tapped out, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel as though there is... Every time we think there's nothing more that they can do to wobble things around, they come up with something else. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a skeptic. Maybe I'm a cynic, or whatever you want to call it. I just think these guys have got enough tricks in their pockets to pull out the bag and to screw all of us over one way or another and leave us all reeling.
Well, there was that one time where he actually tweeted out before he pumped markets, right?
Yes.
He just needs to warn everyone again.
Yeah,
exactly. just let us know, right?
Exactly. So good afternoon to say to you, Louis. Good to see you, my friend. Anthony, I think is this guy's name. Anthony's asking us to have a look at GJ. I can pull that up on my chart quickly. GJ, here we go. On the 4 hour, still very much in an uptrend. Not really doing anything of any great significance. It's broken past this previous resistance level that I had marked out. If I look at it on a structural basis, for me, it's in the middle of a range. Where it is right now, I would be theoretically looking for buys if you came down to here, but you've got areas that I wouldn't be so convinced about. If you look at the 8 hour, for example, the 8 hour looks very, very convincing for sells, right? The 8 hour has taken the previous 3 candles. 9 hour looking the same. 11 hour, we've created this long wick and we've now pushed down. For me, GJ actually looks like it's probably going to sell, but I don't know how far it's going to sell for. You've got all these kind of levels here, so I would suggest GJ you be careful with, especially given, as you alluded to, LJ, earlier in the day on ABL stream, with regards to the Japanese elections. So there's also going to be that factor playing in people's minds. But Griff, you you trade the Japanese yen a fair bit. Have you got a kind of a take on GJ at the moment?
Not at the moment. This last week it's just been moving sideways for me, so I'm kind of waiting for something to happen. When I zoom out, it has been kind of trickling up, and now we're in this bigger like pause. So on the larger scale, I'm expecting a reversal eventually. But yeah, in the short term, it's just moving sideways for me. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it there, I mean, would you start the trend line from there? Would you start the trend line from there? I mean, you could say that's just an anomaly on that wick. That one there, we've already had 1-2 touches. We could come down further to touch this one again. We've already come, and don't think, we have actually broken this structure here, suggesting that longs are still in control. But as I said, with the yen as it is right now, I think probably the next week or two will be an indication as to whether it's going to show some strength returning back to it properly or not. Once we know what the political layout's going to be after the elections. So yeah.
It's interesting how many people trade gold, isn't it? Because I don't trade gold at all.
Yeah, everyone's obsessed with gold.
Yeah, everyone's obsessed with gold.
Yeah. And do you know what I really like about gold is they're always so polite about it. They're always so genuinely, oh please, would you mind having a look at gold? If you do want us to have a look at something, guys, my only request is, other than being polite about it, but also give us context. What is it you're seeing? Right? So Anthony, for example, asked us to look at GJ, said he was looking for longs, but was invalidated. Ordinarily, I would have said to Anthony, look, Anthony, tell us what you're seeing. What are you looking for? And then we can, we know kind of what yardstick we're measuring against. What are we kind of...
Yeah, what time frame, the next half an hour, the session,
exactly.
Swing trade, like the next 3 days to the end of the week, something like that, because that's going to be a complete different picture to, say, from now to the New York session or something like that, right?
Exactly. Give us a narrative, and then we can, either confirm or deny whether we see that narrative, right? Because as we keep saying, guys, this isn't a signal service. This is the live trading room where we'll try to trade with you and look for opportunities. Gold, as it turns out, has just made that push up into this little pocket here. Now, is that going to be enough for me? I don't think so. Not at the moment. I think I want to see it come and take this level here, this one here. Then I'd be more interested in sells, potentially. You've got this engulfing candle pushing to the upside. So theoretically, the sell idea might be something like this and selling it down. But as I say, there's still other levels higher up, which are pretty major levels of liquidity as well for price to come and target. So if I was going to sell it, I'd be selling it down, something like that. But we'll see. We'll see how that one plays out. Stephen, turn off the caps lock, mate. We don't need the caps. Obsession of gold is due to its volatility and sometimes its unpredictability, says Maya. Yeah, it is. It is. People see it as an opportunity to make money. But I do wonder how many of these people who are all trading gold, how many are actually making money and how many are losing their bottoms?
People always start with gold. Like when I was first learning to trade gold, first learning to trade full stop, it was the Ichimoku cloud strategy on gold. And like a week later, I was like, I think everybody starts with gold for some reason. I guess because of its volatility. I think people,
and
obviously
lower
people
commission as well is another thing.
Yeah, I think people want to make money quick, right? So that's why it's gold.
Yeah,
moves quick.
Moves quick. It's universal. Lower commission, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But it's from an emotional perspective, it is torturous and it is disastrous. and I'm pretty sure is the cause for many blown accounts for funded prop firms and many blown accounts for live broker accounts.
Oh, for sure.
So
it's very much something strategic. When it's good, it's really good.
Yeah.
And then in between, it's hell, right?
Yeah.
I think when I first started trading 13 years ago, the majority of money I made was from trading gold for about 2.5 years. But then, yeah, it goes through its cycles, right? Where it's really good and the structure's nice and it's very active and everyone's looking at it. And it goes through dead periods where it's just the most hated asset on the planet.
Exactly.
And since obviously recently the activity has driven it back up and it's been in vogue, very nice returns. So now it's very looked upon once again. So
yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. Stephen was asking, how many pairs do you trade? Griff, you've got, I don't want to misquote, is it 8? No.
6.
5? 6.
Nearly. Thank you.
It was just scattergun, just random numbers there. I knew it was somewhere in between 5 and 10. So I would have gotten there eventually. LJ, you pretty much trade anything for the most part, don't you?
Pretty much, but I have my cores. So my cores would probably be most heavily traded to be Euro dollar, Aussie dollar. Then I would say probably NASDAQ, then gold, then the pound, and some of the side Euro pairs like Aussie yen, Euro yen, that kind of stuff. So
Aussie CHF.
No. Get out of here. Yeah, all my trading is based off the strength scores.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But I would say probably 70% of my trading is Euro dollar and Aussie dollar and NASDAQ. That would be 70% of all of my trading.
Yeah.
So.
I would say I'm open to trade most things when it comes to Forex pairs, but I'm selective as to when and why. So I do use, as LJ alluded to, I do use the strength scores. Mike's strength scores. Strength scores. Strength scores. At the moment, for example, you got the Swiss looking very, very strong and the yen looking very, very strong against the Aussie and the New Zealand. So on a daily time frame, I'd be looking at maybe the real time, but I'd also look at the last closed. So for example, yen, New Zealand dollar, Euro, USD JPY, Euro USD, they've had divergence yesterday, so therefore I'd be looking for either a return to the mean or a continuation on those pairs because they've just shown volatility in the last 24 hours or the last 24 to 36 hours. So theoretically I might look at trading the yen NZD, but then I'd also have my own mental filter system saying, well, hang on a second, Asia's closed. What's really going to happen with yen New Zealand dollar at this time? Not much. So I'd probably park that. If I was going to go and look at Euro NZD, for example, then I might go and look at that and say, okay, Euro NZD, there's something on the 1 minute there. On the 15 minute, it looks like, it's broken out. Possibly that's going to maybe give us an opportunity, right? So I'd be maybe looking at something like, for example, Euro NZD as a possible trade here. Could be, it's broken out of this structure. If we go out to the 4 hour, we're definitely in an upward trend. We've got more areas to target up here. So that might be one to consider for a long, right? Now, would Euro NZD be a currency pair that I'm ready to trade every day? Hell no. But the strength score gives me that filtering system to say, well, okay, let's go have a look. Let's see what that currency pair is doing. Because something like NZD isn't going to move very fast. But when it's in a position where you think, oh, do you know what, that looks good, you might decide to go and take a trade on it. But it really depends on your strategy. If your strategy is back tested, very, very fine tuned, like for example, Griff has on his particular currency pairs and particular assets, then you won't want to go and try different ones because there's no certainty that they're going to work, right? Mine is a very technical way of trading, so I tend to kind of plaster it across them all, should I say. So hope that helps. Lasaint saying that the yen in the last 30 minutes showed a lot of strength. I haven't seen anything in the news come through, other than comments from Besant, by the looks of things. So not aware of anything. Albert, as we head into the last couple of minutes, is asking us to have a look at pound CAD. Very kindly giving us his assessment there on the 4 hour. Change of structure. I'm long with a take profit at 1856. So 1856. So up here. Let me just hide that fib. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that. You're bouncing off these areas. There is this structure here. That's the only thing where the current 4 hour suggests it's trying to get some selling momentum in. So you've got one there and you've got another one there. Those levels look quite strong as a potential magnet. So I would be cautious with that one if I'm being honest. Just looking at it, where it is. That's not a wickless candle. I can understand the leaning towards longs. You're slowly creating higher highs and higher lows. But right now, I don't know where your stop loss is. 1837. 1837. So down here. You might be all right. I don't. That's going to take a while to play out, Albert. That's going to be a trade that takes potentially a couple of days to play out. I would say I don't know where your entry is right now, but I would probably be very cautious because it does look like you're going to get, if your entry's up here, you're going to go into some pretty deep drawdown. If your entry's down here, then you might want to just go to break even. So
I think we got a continued drop in the dollar overall, like we were talking about dollar yen just a second ago. Yeah, I think that's related to that. You can see euro dollar moving up, pound dollar, Aussie dollar moving up. Aussie dollar is one of my preferred trades alongside euro dollar at the minute. I think that's going to continue. And then we had 29.44 asking about the NAS, which is a similar deal. I just took a little short-term trade, which just hit TP on that. But we've just come up right where we are now is basically where the options levels for today is. So I wouldn't expect much more height as far as today for this session on the NAS. But yeah, overall, it's still a buy on dips type picture. So the options level expected pricing is 23,194.99 for today. So pretty much right by there. So there's not much more height in it. So I wouldn't, don't expect us to run off for today. Yeah. I think we'll go
very quickly before we finish up, so that gold idea didn't hold, so we are going higher, I would say. So it looks like we're coming up for these higher levels. So gold pushing higher. Next port of call, I would be waiting probably for us to even get up to this area here maybe before looking for some sells. I'm not seeing anything clear cut right now on gold to suggest for certain that we're in sells just yet. So
I would have been short on gold, but I would say come back tomorrow as far as gold and see where we are then. It's probably a better idea. You've got clearer picture on some of the other currencies across the dollar, that kind of stuff. Maybe leave gold for today, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be my input.
Good stuff. Alrighty, guys, that is it from us for today's ABR segment. We'll be back again tomorrow, 11:30 UK time. You can also catch us over on our YouTube channel, the AlphaBeta Lab. Otherwise, Victor's up next with more analysis of, I think, possibly some order blocks and Quasimodos, but don't hold me to that. I can't promise anything. It's possible. It's possible, but no promises. Griff, LJ, thanks ever so much, as always, for your company, and we will see you guys next time. Oh, actually, just before we go, we can see that Besant's saying, I see no reason for Powell to step down now. There we go. Yeah. So we've got some news coming out.
Just the Powell thing, all right, guys? Just anytime you see any kind of activity of Powell being fired, fade that thing. It's not happening. It's impossible. Yeah. The Fed would sue the government. It would take years in litigation. He'll be out by then. It's not happening, right? It's not possible. Okay?
There you go. There's a signal from LJ confirming that it's not going to happen. So we can all rest easy. Alrighty, guys. Thanks ever so much, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, guys.
And we are back. We have let's get these the screenshot, the frame a little bit better. You can see all my video editing or video producing skills here at the Fivers. I see Deanna Cole, Dr. Deanna Cole, in the background. Are you ready? We are able to hear you now. While I'm on stream, I'm able to hear you say anything, so you can just speak if just so you know. All right, so let's say welcome to Deanna. Let's say I'm still getting the hang of things here. How are you doing today, Deanna? Just being silly here.
So fancy. I love it. Thank you, Victor.
No problem. No problem. We try to do what we can.
Well, I certainly feel welcome. It's good to see you.
Likewise, and I'm sure people in the audience are, as always, glad to see you here as well with us today. We have the usual group, gang, close-knit group we have with our audience. All of them, a lot of them very happy to see you here. I'm trying to be as precise as possible with my words. That's because, that's the kind of person I am. I mean, I'm a data-driven precision guy, and I try to implement that in all the facets of our lives. Deanna, how is? Have you taken any trades today? Where is the opportunity according to Dr. Cole?
Yeah, I actually have. So I all right, looking at the indices, let's make sure I have it all set so you can see. Looking at the indices, we had this huge run up yesterday, and we had talked about on stream kind of this area in green. And that could be, maybe an area. Price at the time, I think when we were talking, let's see, let me get a little oriented here. So price was moving down heavily when we first got on stream yesterday, and then we kind of talked about this is like an area of significance. So that turned out to be a great trade yesterday, and then price absolutely rocket shipped higher, and then consolidated for a couple hours, and then took a complete spill. Not only that did it spill, but then it came back and took out, all the liquidity here. So we had a pretty significant reversal from these highs here. And if you look at the daily chart, price closed, even though it was so strong yesterday, such a move yesterday, ultimately by the end of the day, it closed below the previous day high. So we've been talking a lot about previous day highs and lows. Closed below the previous day high quite a bit. So this is, turned out to be kind of an ugly candle. So the S&P, the indices have been really, really strong though. Really, really strong. And there was an area here where a bunch of liquidity was taken out and then price started to reverse from that downfall. So I am long from this area here, and going to see if we can get a little bit more of a push higher. So that's what I'm looking at in the S&P anyway this morning. And then also, I don't know if you want to talk about that for a little bit, but also keeping an eye on gold. I have a long-term position in gold, but I haven't been actively trading gold too much lately. So
and I have many questions here for you. I'm filling as you're speaking. I'm filling with the questions here. Things I want to know about when you say the on the daily candle the S&P closed below yesterday's high. What does that tell you? What should it tell someone else?
Right. So we've talked about how, looking at previous day high, previous day low, and then also swing highs and lows is something that I pay a lot of attention to. If this market was really strong, I would have expected to see the S&P close above this previous day high. So it took out the previous day high, pushed higher, all-time highs, kept going, and then ultimately came crashing back into that range again. So when you see price closed below, move above, like here's another one where price moved above not only the previous day high, but also the swing high, and then it came back down in. So I want to use this as like a marker for strength in the S&P. Now, just because it came back in doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be a down day. But that's something that I'll pay attention to. And likewise, if the S&P, let's say, were to come below a previous day low, kind of suck up some of that liquidity, that could be like a rocket ship higher. You can see that was here, where we had price come below the previous day low and then below multiple swing lows and then rocket shipped from there. There's another one that I had marked earlier, same thing. Price came below, took out, again, previous day low, couple swing lows, and then launched from there. So if price is going to continue, I want to see something like this. So big move upward, another big push, and it closed above the previous day high here and continued to push, closed above the previous day high. So obviously this doesn't work 100% of the time, but it can be a really good way to kind of assess what's going on. So yesterday, when price came back down in, that was kind of like an indication that, okay, slow it down. And, obviously I was not expecting this type of, massive pullback, but, that makes sense. Not totally makes sense. I mean, I was thinking there was a lot of strength here, so I didn't fully expect it to come all the way back in this hard. But price does tend to kind of, do this like wave action where it goes up and then it comes back down, up and comes back down. And we're lucky to know with the S&P and the other indices that there's an upward bias. And price has been extremely strong in the indices now since, I don't even remember when. It's been a really long time.
Since the upwards bias, you mean? Since when?
Right, around April.
I would say since 1890 or something like that.
Yeah, true. That is absolutely true. Yes, absolutely. But, like in here, this is really messy. So it's hard to say that this is, an upward bias. I mean, there's always an upward bias in the indices. You're right. But we had this huge gap up. And we had another gap up, and they never were filled. Never. To this day, we're in July. So months have gone by without these gaps being filled. This is really, really bullish price action. And if you're a trader that's struggling, a trader that's trying to find your edge, or maybe you have your edge, but you're still struggling, one of the things that you can do is take out half of the possibilities. So, for example, there's nothing wrong with shorting the market. But if you're struggling, sometimes it can be helpful to switch to just a long only strategy in the S&P. Obviously, in Forex, it's a little bit different, but even there can be places where that might make sense just to simplify the process for yourself and make it a little bit easier. So that's what I'm looking at in the S&P. I don't necessarily expect that we'll go for all-time highs again today. I have no idea. The previous day low is this pink level marked out here, and price could reverse from where we are and decide to go pick up some liquidity down there, or this might be it. This is a really important zone, the 63.33. So especially as long as we're above that, I'm looking to be long. But in general, that's what I'm looking at.
Why is that level important to you? How do you know? How can others know as well in the future? What is the logic behind it? Is it the shape of that triangle that we see there?
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily inform my daily, it does inform it to an extent, but we had this huge, like we just showed, this huge monster move up, huge move, and then we got a consolidation, just like we had a consolidation here. And this consolidation kind of had a ceiling level temporarily that was right around 63.33 in the futures market. So right 63.33, 63.34, something like that. And this was kind of a resistance level. Price tested it here first, dropped back in, peaked just above it, but like we were talking about here, wasn't able to close above it, came back in. Third time, peaked above, came back in. Finally, the fourth time, price was able to move above it and close above it. So now we've seen a couple closes above. So this is just a resistance level, a prior resistance level from this this triangle area here. But then if we look at this here, you can see prices revisited again yesterday, and then just above it today or last night, I guess, depending on where you are in the world. So it's just been a level that's been important as overhead resistance, and then as support, and now again as support. So it's a pretty significant level.
And you say this, does it? You say this because it has not only been a level that was resistance first and then flipped to support, but it's also part of that pattern, that shaded pattern. Does it need to be both of them for you to give it that label or status of being extra significant?
So I think the question you're asking is, does it have to be part of a pattern like a triangle in order to be
Yes.
significant?
To
Not
you.
necessarily. If it's a level, let's see if we can find a level where Gil Ben-Hur, the founder of this, the founder of the Fivers, has a really excellent course. It's publicly available on YouTube. I think the Fivers also have it on on the website. Really, really, really good course on supply and demand, and that's very similar to what I think that I marked this out when you were talking. So got a little head and shoulders action there, inverse head and shoulders maybe, and I lost where I was going with that. But his course is really, really helpful.
Yes.
On supply and demand, and he did an excellent course on that. And to me, the price action itself is the most important. The price action itself is the most important because that is ultimately what would create a pattern to form anyway. And so, no, it doesn't necessarily need to be. If there was just a box here, it would be the same thing. So it's really the price action, not the actual structure. It just happens that this was kind of like an ascending price action until we had this candle. But I would say it's really more the price action than it is any kind of pattern, if that makes sense.
And you mentioned another thing, Deanna, if you allow us to dig deeper into your train of thoughts and your process and being profitable as you are, You mentioned that you took an example of a previous case where it closed above the previous day high, and to you that was a sign. And then you went on to say the next candle as well was very bullish. I don't remember where it was exactly. Perhaps you can look it up. I think it was on the daily, somewhere on the daily time frame, some time back, that you mentioned there was one big move. I think it was the ignition of the current, not the current consolidation there. Yeah, exactly there. You mentioned that it had a second bar when it closed as a, what I would call an outside bar. When you say that close above that previous high, and the next candle was also a continuation, big candle, no rejection wick and everything and all of that. Where in terms of timing are you going to take action? Is it at the close at the first candle, that big one that closes above, or does it have to have that follow through on the second day for you to wait for that close and say, okay, it had not just one, pattern or candlestick combination in this case, but it had a follow through as well? That is my sign that I'm allowed to get in, and because I'm going to expect in the next couple of 10, 15 bars is going to end up continuing to go higher. My question is, at what candle are you allowed, according to your plan, to take action?
Yeah, that's a great question, a really great question. So I have two different ways that I trade. I have a intraday trades, and then I also have like longer term swing trades. So to me, as soon as let's say that we're on this June, we were probably on stream this day. So I think that's probably why I have it marked out. This candle here. So as soon as it goes below, and then we talked about this kind of in terms of like once price moves below and then moves back above that swing low. So, or sorry, not the swing low, the previous day low. So moves back above. And then once price kind of starts to reside in like this, this range here, that might be a little bit too wide, depending on what your time frame is. I am comfortable getting long anywhere in here ideally. And the reason is, obviously you have a whole lot more confirmation if you're getting in somewhere up here, right? But you're really, really late, like really late, which for some people that's part of what they do. But I want to get in somewhere here because I can get in on a probabilistic entry. This is what we've been talking about a lot recently. Like this is a probabilistic entry. Price came below the previous day low and pushed back above. If you get in this area here, not only is it high probability setup when price has moved above, but also you have a very good idea of your invalidation point. So where you're going to be wrong. If price, comes back up here and then starts, moving lower, then that's a trade that didn't work out. So for me, for the most part, I'm trying to get in here. And then as price is going in my favor, I might be adding, but I definitely want to be taking profit at some point too. So, one of the things that in full transparency yesterday for me, I was continuing to add. And at some point, all of your added positions, unless you have a really wide stop, start to add up and move against you when you get a move like this. So this is an even better scenario for me because we are below the previous day low and then pushing higher. We're already kind of extended yesterday. Not extended, but it's obviously not as ideal of a spot as it is here. Here is a great spot to enter because you have taken out the previous day low, taken out multiple swing lows, and then, not up there. You got to wait till it gets back up. Actually, you could if you started to see here, or you could wait for further confirmation if you wanted to wait for the previous day low. You could enter up here depending on, what risk you like to take. And maybe it's even a scenario where you start your position here and then, this is really good follow through if you start to see this price action. that's a really high probability trade. Again, doesn't mean that it won't fail, but that's a really good, a high probability trade. So hopefully that answers your question.
Basically, what you're seeing is that you don't wait for that candle to close, that daily candle to close,
Right.
and not let alone the second candle. You're actually getting in at the very origin of that move, which I like a lot, where you are so close, much closer to the invalidation area. That is my way of trading as well, getting in right on that edge as much as possible where it turned. And whenever the benefit is, my opinion, maybe I'm biased, but the benefit is that you're gonna get the feedback from the market very quickly if you're wrong.
Right.
Right. So you can move on
absolutely.
to something else, another opportunity. So you're gonna get very quick feedback from the market. But if we and I trade similarly, not exactly the same, but if we get it right, you're in that trade for a much longer time compared
Right.
to if you're going to be wrong.
Yeah.
If you're right, you're going to be in. And you mentioned a couple of things here, and I think I would like to. By the way, Easy B is very. It says that he says the course you mentioned, where our founder Gil, founder of the Fivers. You can find this video, this course, this presentation in our website, in the video on demand section, and on the YouTube channel as well. And it is absolutely a recommended, very Gil goes quite bit details deep through thoroughly through that subject, even though the general idea is very, very simple. Supply and demand isn't, you can break it down to very simple principle, but he goes in using different angles and goes. I think it's a very good basis to use, even if you trade differently. I trade differently, but I apply the same principles.
Yeah.
Even though I don't, draw my objects or my areas the same way, I have a completely different way of doing it. I, use order blocks and reversal patterns and whatnot.
Yeah.
But in the end, I'm trading supply and demand. And so I think it is a very good place for those who are wanting to elevate their trading level, to go check. But ECB is very, very in agreement with you on that, Deanna. Coming back
I'm so glad to hear that. And sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say it is. I know that it is listed. The course is listed on the Fiverr's website, so you can definitely find it there. And I don't know if I can do a comment. Can I add a comment? Maybe I can't.
Which one?
Well, though I was going to put the link in there, but all you have to do is Google, or not Google, go on YouTube and search Gil Ben-Hur. It's about the fourth or fifth one down, and it just says supply and demand method. So super easy to find. I would start probably on the Fiverr's website, because I know for sure that you'll find it there, but it's easy to find on YouTube as well. And you can even couple what he talks about. I'll give you an extra little tip that really helped me. If I can remember what it's called, I think it's MSB. I think it's this one. Let me see. If you put it on, let's get rid of a bunch of my stuff here. So what Gil Ben-Hur is talking about in that course is supply and demand. So areas of supply and demand. And it can be hard and intimidating when you're first starting out to feel comfortable recognizing those areas by yourself. And so you can use a tool like this. I believe if you just search MSB, it should come up. It's this market structure break and order block by Emery KB. If you put that on your TradingView platform, what you can see is it marks out for you, and you can modify it however you want. I always change the colors to the colors I like, but you can see what happened here. So this is a 15-minute time frame. You can use it on any time frame. Basically what it shows is, price was moving higher, and then price created a market structure break. So if you're not familiar, a market structure break or a market structure shift, where is that tool? So if price is going up, right, this is clearly an uptrend, and then price moves down like that, that is a market structure break. So right at this level here, price created a break to the downside. So when price then comes back up into that level, that can be an excellent high probability area to short. You can see that right here. I know this is really messy and a lot on the chart right now, but you can see price created a market structure break to the downside, came back up into that zone and pushed lower. Same thing over here. The opposite happened. So a market structure break to the upside. So price is moving down. We're creating lower lows and lower highs. And then suddenly price breaks that structure again. And then ultimately dips back in there. This is an area where you could take a long trade. So your zone that you would be interested in would be, if this is where the market structure break occurred, this would be your long zone. Okay, so let me just draw this out. Here is where the market structure break happened. This is a bullish market structure break. When price comes back into that zone, as it did here, right? We created this market structure break. Let me get all my drawings off again. Created a market structure break to the upside. This is a fully automated tool that you can use. There's nothing wrong with tools. I know indicators in the last couple of years have gotten a bad rap, but there's nothing wrong with using tools. You can see this market structure break was created. Price came back into that zone, and this is an area where I would consider getting long. In fact, I think, it's the area that we actually identified on a higher time frame. Now, of course, they don't always work, right? So here's a market structure break to the downside, not a super strong one, but there was a market structure break to the downside, and you can see it so far has kind of failed. Now, there's two things I'll say about that. One is, there's no system that's going to work all the time, right? Never. You'll never find a system that works all the time. Another thing I will say about it, though, is sometimes when you have price move beyond a, what am I trying to say? Like a vortex? Is that the right word? A peak, right? A peak or a valley. And then move back in, kind of like that previous day high and then moving back in like we talked about, that can be a really excellent trade. Now, I'm definitely not endorsing this trade on the S&P, but this is something you could test. So let's see if there's another one we can find where price kind of did what I'm talking about. Okay, here is an example. We have a market structure break to the upside. This is a really strong one. Price really broke high, and then it broke out to the downside, right? So below this valley peak, I guess, price broke down and then came back inside. This could be an excellent long trade that you could enter. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was around a news event, Wednesday. I don't know. I don't remember. I feel like this was a news event that this happened.
Wednesday,
anyway.
wasn't that Trump trying to fire the chair?
Yeah,
chairman?
was that the 16th? Yes, I think you're right. And also, didn't they do the Fed meeting that day? But that would have been later. So anyway, that's, hopefully that is helpful. If that's something that you are interested in, Ben Hur's course, and then you can add this overlay and kind of, try it out, test it out, and see how well it works for you.
Awesome. I like that. I like anything that users can use because, of course, not everyone is the same. And even if you watching us right now say, well, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't help me. I can see it without that indicator. That's fine. That's perfect. Good for you that you know that, but there's a lot of other traders as well that are coming to the market that they need, that you could use tools that help them identify the things, because there's no school for trading. You can get courses out there, but there's, if you don't know where the sources are, where it comes from, what the source is, then I would be a little skeptical, a little critical of following just any course, because anyone can put up a course out there, and you want to be getting it from a good source, like the founder of the Fivers. Getting good theory, good basic foundation for your trading skills to build on. Deanna, great. I like it. You mentioned your graph was messy. To me, it's not messy at all.
Yeah, to me it's not, but I can imagine somebody else looking at it would go, "What the heck is she doing there?" But it makes sense to me, and it works pretty well. And someone had mentioned too, just to touch on this real quick, that King Yo said the concept you're explaining works well on gold. It absolutely works well on gold, and the S&P. So if I was doing it on gold and the S&P, again, maybe you consider just a long only strategy. But it also works really, really well. And I can't remember if Gil Ben-Hur said this in his course, or if I just remember thinking this after learning it from him and then kind of, going and trying it out myself. Is it works really, really well on Forex. This what I'm explaining, that because Forex tends to be mean reverting, whereas with the indices, there's an upward tendency. Like Victor was saying, there always has been an upward tendency. That's not the case in Forex necessarily, and so it works even better, I think, in the Forex market. Of course, you still have to have a proper, proper position sizing and risk management, and that is what is up to you. So you have to take a course where you can learn a lot of things in courses. I mean, I learned tons of stuff on YouTube specifically, and before YouTube, it was in books and articles I would read and stuff like that. But you still have a personal responsibility to make it work for yourself. So Victor, for example, is a very structured person. He was talking about earlier, details and specifics, and like that is really resonates with him and his personality. I feel like I would love to be that way, and yet I feel like I'm a little bit messier than all that. I tend to kind of get a feel for things, and I like to go with the flow. And there's not one that's better than the other. In fact, I wish I had some of the qualities Victor is describing. It's just different, right? I think even in my kids, I have one kid who is just like straight as an arrow, very similar to what Victor's describing. And I have one kid who is just, just kind of just she does her own thing, you know what I mean? And so that is where it is really important to sort of adapt these to you and your personality and what you prefer. I don't mind taking risk. I am naturally kind of a risk taker. And so for me, I might have a different way of trading something than someone, even the same system, than someone who is very, very risk adverse. So these are all things to think about. But this is definitely a method that you can test and see how you can make it your own.
I like that a lot. Someone asking Milos asking for the name of the indicator again for him to check. Milos, you could check. The name is Market Structure Breaks and Order Blocks by Victor. No, not Victor. Entry
Could
KB.
Be. It could be. And once you have it on your chart, you can modify it. So you can see very obvious, I have colors I like and colors I don't like. You can change your zigzag to make it more or less sensitive. So I typically use 10. I don't know if I have a default on here. Actually, let me see if I can show you. I'll just show you my settings. I believe I have one on. If you don't know how to do it, you should definitely learn how to. You don't need to learn how to code necessarily. But you can take these indicators and you can make them your own. So, for example, I guess I have it on 9. Typically, I think I did 10. Fib factor for breakout confirmation. So that is, I don't know if everybody wants to get into all this, but anyway, you can make it your own and play with it, and see what works for you. I don't like the boxes. Victor, you might, because that's order blocks. But I always take the boxes off and just leave it like that. And you can see it actually does a really nice job. Oops, where did it go? There it is. Let's get this one off. You can see it does a really nice job of labeling for you. And then for me, what I do is I found a lot of success with this on the 15-minute time frame. I'm not sure why that is, but it just worked really well. But I would just, kind of outline these zones and then be watching for price to come into the zone. And that is where I would be looking to get long. So I hope that's helpful. And, let me know if you have more questions.
Perfect. I like that. It's all of these things. It may not seem like a lot, but I mean, it just having a tool that helps you understand where, in my world, where the neckline is, because that's what it is. I don't use the zigzag indicator, but it has the same concept behind it. It's where the market, something changed fundamentally in the form of the market, in the shape of the market, in the swings of the market, that is indicating a possible reversal. That's what it's telling us, right? Those are the market, the structure shift. I call them a neckline, and I to me, they are part of the quasi, right? I see the zigzag, and I'm seeing quasis here and there, but that's just me. I mean, that's because I've been doing this the same way for years already. But the point is, what I'm trying to make is that it helps if you're not there yet, where you have the whole process as a second nature to you, where you don't have to think about anything, and you just see them, and without without doing anything, without effortlessly, you will start seeing those patterns. Things like this, tools like this, are very, very helpful, and
Yeah.
you can identify them later on. I customize them to make it to your liking, because those are just vanilla flavor default settings.
Right.
They may be okay, but you might see that, if you adjust this a little bit to the side, or to bigger or lower value, it will give you better signals, or be more selective, will filter out perhaps some losing trades, whatnot. But the whole idea of having a structure, because that's the code doesn't is not subjective, right? It's based on price, which is objective. So you have a objective structure by which you break down the market. To me, that's I wish I would be a little bit more like you, Deanna, where I'm able, and I allow myself to do things freely, freehand or things like that. Um, um, but that is the importance of knowing thyself, right? As a
Right.
trader, to understand how are you, formed, how are you built, to understand what you need as tools, to complement the things that you're good at, and to help you with things that you still need some support at. So tools like this is indicator for some people who are trading, naked charts. They talk down to about indicators, and it's I don't know why. Maybe I'm guilty of that as well sometimes, but anything. This is not about beauty pageant. It's not about who can do it with more naked than others. Talking about charts, it's not about that, right? It's about being profitable, and if it is using indicators that takes you there, what's the problem, right?
Right.
If it is using a very controversial strategy, but if it's making you profit, what's the point? What's the issue? What's the problem? it's not about doing it aesthetically, or doing the popular way, or doing it the uh, proper way, or whatever it is that your mind, your the way you break things down is. The end goal is to be profitable, to have an edge in the market, and using whatever comes to your disposal to achieve and maintain that edge. And if it's indicator, by all means use them. If it
Yeah,
is
I agree.
watching the fivers every day, then by all means watch the
Do
fivers every
that.
day for to help you. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. No, there's no wrong answer there. If it is trading, doing a handstand, do it, right? That's the thing. That needs to be. That's silly, of course.
Of course.
Who does that? But it's to make the point.
But it's a
Um,
good example. I mean, I've heard people say before things like, and there is truth to this, right? Like somebody said, you should get up every day, get dressed, and maybe like take your shower, or what, not in that order, obviously, like whatever it is, do those things, a look like a professional, and then you might trade better. And I think that's true for some people. I think if you're sloppy in your pajamas, there might be a tendency to just be like, oh, whatever. But I don't think it's true for everybody, right? Like I actually have some things that I do when I'm trading that I think would probably be pretty controversial, and people would say, oh, that's not very professional. And that's true for them. But I have found it works for me. Um, for example, background noise can be really good for me when I'm trading, to have, something that is, takes my attention a little bit, but I can pause it or mute it or whatever. That actually I would think that's wouldn't be helpful, but for me, I have found that can actually be really helpful. So it really depends on the trader, and it used to make me crazy when I would hear people say, take a strategy and it has to fit you, it has to fit yourself. And I was just like, just give me a strategy and I'll make money with it, and I can follow it exactly, and that's how I'll make money. And unfortunately, it's more nuanced than that. It really does take into account the individual trader, and that's just a really important aspect. And another example is, Victor, like uh tools get a bad rap. So, but we use tools all the time. Um, Sometimes when I'm cooking, I don't use measuring spoons and measuring cups. And sometimes I know that I really need to. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with the complexity of the meal. Maybe baking is a little bit more sensitive than just, frying something in the frying pan. So I don't need to measure. But again, you need to figure out, look, if you can make a cake without measuring the ingredients with the tool, then, go for it. Why, maybe that's simpler. I know I can't make a cake measuring by eye. I need a tool. But there are other things that I can make without tools. So you really have to do a lot of thinking for yourself when it comes to trading. There is no one size fits all, unfortunately.
I will confess to something that perhaps very little few
Ooh, let's hear it.
humans, individuals know this about me, and so you have the responsibility to keep my secret,
Let's
everyone
hear it.
watching. For example, when I cook, I cannot. There is something. It's because of the way I do other things as well. I want to have that certainty of measurement. What you were saying,
Mhm.
by baking, you need to have measure everything, measured as much as possible in order to, you know, ensure that the recipe will have the same results, and not be all kinds of variables that will be varying randomly, basically. One issue that I have is that um, uh, typical kitchen scales, right? They only measure in a 1 gram, right?
Mm.
Right, and it's either 0, 1 gram, or 2 grams. But
Hmm.
when you're cooking and you're using salt, the difference between 1 gram and 2 gram is a huge difference in salt.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
what I do is I use a precision scale when I'm
That does
cooking,
not surprise me.
and with which has 2 decimals, so I can make sure that my salt is just right.
Oh, that is so classic for your personality, Victor. That's hilarious. I cannot say that I'm surprised. Let me just say that. That's not a huge surprise to me. I think you get a lot of joy out of precision. And like you seem to thrive off that. I bet you like checking boxes. I do like checking boxes. But you enjoy that, and it gives you comfort on some level or joy on some level, and that's great. And you have really adapted your personality to your trading, which is really cool. And so have I, even though our personalities are very, unique in that way. We're kind of on, at least the aspect we're talking about, we're on different sides of that aspect.
Spectrum.
And yet, you really can make trading work for you on either side of that spectrum.
Yeah, I really love that topic because everyone is somewhere on the spectrum, and recognizing where you are is can be very helpful. To me, something like that, and maybe there are other ways to do it. You don't have to have a precision scale all the time. Everyone who's preparing something, there are ways you can have like measured, units, or there are other ways to do that. But to me that makes sense. Like if I'm, anyways, with that example,
If it
it
makes
makes
sense
sense.
for
So
you, it
it
does.
makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
That's so
So
funny. In the US, we use a measuring spoon. We don't use grams. So I don't know if that's
yes, yeah, I've seen them as well. But even they have, let's say you want to
yeah.
have one and a half
Yep.
a quarter of a spoon. Well, there that's not very precise. I mean, how am I
Yeah.
going to
Do a
half
half.
or a quarter, or God forbid an eighth of something? Um,
Oh, that's
right?
hilarious.
I
Do you
want to
cook
know
a
for sure.
lot?
I want a certainty. I want to have objective numbers where I can rely on.
Yeah. Do you cook a lot, Victor?
I not that often,
No,
but
it's too much work to
but I
measure
do.
it out to the exact decimal place. That's hilarious. Well,
But
thank you for sharing that about yourself.
no problem, no problem. I feel now you guys are part of an inner circle,
We know
which
your
have
secret.
inside information about me,
That's
right?
hilarious.
You guys can we can now have a secret code
That's
that
right.
only we know. No, but I do cook regularly. I do enjoy cooking, by the way. But it's yeah, I don't know. That was something just came up. I thought it would be illustrative for what we're talking about. All right, so let's come back to let's leave cooking for a little bit. Let's leave something in the oven while we look at the charts.
Do you wanna take a
We
look at Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask because I want to go back to what you were. I think this is to me personally, and maybe I'm doing this selflessly, but I think it is like one of the essence of the value that we bring to the viewers. That is by showing our process, our thought process, the steps that we take in our workflow. We give the viewer a template which they can then go and fill in their own components, but using the same kind of structure or thought behind the process. And what I'm going to with is what we were talking about, that close above that previous high, that indicates to you that what does it indicate to you?
It indicates strength, but I will say what I'm even more interested in is a move below a previous day low. So I pay attention to the previous day high and previous day low and where the current day is relative to those highs and lows. But what I'm paying even more attention to is when there's either a previous day low or a swing low works as well. So just to define real quick, what is a swing low? This would be a swing low here. Let's make that a different color so it's easier to see. A swing low is when the low on the left and the low on the right are higher. So it makes kind of this like V. You can see the V action here. Okay, so this low is higher and this low is higher than this low. We see that also here. This one's like a little crooked V. This low is higher than this low, and this low is higher than this low. So this is also a swing low. So I am most interested. This is, I would say, specific to the indices. You can use this on all assets, though. Just keep in mind the nature of an asset is a little bit different. So gold and indices have an upward tending bias. That's not necessarily true in Forex for the different pairs, but you can still use these principles. So when this happens here, this is a really, this would be something that I would have been, I don't know what day this was, Wednesday. So we weren't on stream on Wednesday, but I know for sure when this happened, we were on stream and we were talking about, okay, it's below the previous day low. Okay, now it's above. It didn't take out a swing low this day. This was a little bit of a tricky day to trade because I think this was a weekend. Yeah. So price had gapped way down. But that to me, it shows a lot of strength and would be an area where I would be interested in entering. Here, it doesn't necessarily show that we're going to see a reversal, but this, if I'm in a long position, I want to see it hold that previous day high. So maybe I would lighten up a little bit. But we can see the same thing across assets and gold. So gold has been really, really super strong. We had talked about, I don't know, Victor, now it's maybe months, but definitely weeks now where we had talked about the sloppy price action. And we kind of, I don't think either one of us really trade cup with handles, but we had kind of said, oh, look at that. It looks like a cup. And then a few weeks later, it was like, oh, look at that. It looks like a cup with handle. It's just a price, a pattern. But look what happened here. The same exact thing that we've been talking about. So there were these little clues along the way of when price was going to push higher. Not a guarantee, but a little bit of a clue. So for example, here, this looks very similar to that one that we were looking at in the S&P, where price moved below the previous day low. It didn't take out a swing low. That had already happened on this day, I think. Well, actually, maybe it did. Maybe this is a swing low here. No, it was the previous day. But it had moved below the previous day low and then pushed back up above. So again, this would be an area that I would be looking to see, okay, if price is going to go below here and then start pushing above, this is an area where I'm interested in looking for a potential long trade. There were fake outs too, right? Like this is a good example. You probably maybe could have made some money here, but this was not, this is what we've been saying in gold since at least May is like, it's just been really choppy. It's been really difficult to trade. Maybe that has to do with the duration of the trades that I've been looking at. But for me, this area has been challenging. But you see that over and over again. Took out the previous day low. Even on this day, even though it was a down day, it took out the previous day low and then pushed higher. You could have had a really nice trade here. If you would have entered somewhere, let's say in here, that is not a super long-term trade, but you could have had a pretty decent trade on this candle, even though it didn't give you a whole lot. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'm using it as kind of a frame of reference. So similar to what we're seeing in gold here, I have these highs marked out because when I was watching it yesterday, I'm thinking, okay, wow, that's a lot of strength in gold. Is it going to hold up? We saw in the S&P, it did not hold up, but in gold, it did. I have these swing highs marked out and gold stayed above it and closed above it. Now we're starting to see gold push above yesterday's high. And, let's see if price can stay above it. This is not an area where I would want to get long, and I certainly would not want to get short, but it kind of gives you an idea if this is, if the strength in gold is continuing, maybe for your long-term positions if you're managing it. But the place to get into gold was back here.
Deanna, thank you very much. I'm very thankful for you. I am so grateful for your presence here and you carrying the stream the way you do, because while you were explaining, I was trading. Thank you for that.
Oh, good. What were
um,
you trading? Tell us about it.
let's. I don't want to break your flow because
No,
you're
that's okay.
explaining. You're talking about the cup and the cup and handle pattern, but you finish, right?
Yep, I'm all finished, and it's almost time for me to pop off. So give us a quick peek into what you're doing, and then I think I'll see you tomorrow, I think.
Yes, indeed. I'll be here waiting, as I'm sure everyone watching us and all your fans in the audience will be waiting for your return. Deanna, there is every time you, even after you log off, there are people who are keep telling us in the chat, being happy about the fact that you just spent some time with them this that moment, that session,
You're
so to
so
speak.
sweet. Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much. And I'm seeing Born in 2944 is saying 17% profit in gold. That's amazing.
Wow.
Let us know if you use something that you heard on the fivers, or maybe you're just trading alongside listening, but I know you're here a lot, and that's awesome. I really appreciate you all being here, and great to see you as always. But I want to hear what happened, Victor. Can you give us a little rundown before I go?
Sure. You mean the setup?
Yeah,
You mean the top secret activity
whatever
that I've been
you
doing
yeah,
behind
whatever
scene?
you can share, we want to know.
No problem at all. I'm an open book. That's why I have a mask on.
Right.
All right, so let's switch to my for the let's see. Um, it's not surprisingly AU that I'm looking at. To me, the area because of the H4 quasi that we have here, we can't see it in here. I'm targeting the high of this candle that is indeed this on the 16th Trump's attempt, or yeah, I would say yes, public attempt to put pressure on the chairman of the Fed. That high, that peak that we had, that spike, to me, that is because of, we can't see it here, but because of the quasi that we have on the H4, that's the logical place that I would think price wants to reach at, right? So that is one thing. It's not a signal. It's not something that I can that is part of my strategy necessarily, but it is something that that makes me think, okay, we might be still have some push because the previous high came short of it, came shy of it, and I would assume that it wants to take out that high, at least test it out. And if we go to the H4, we can clearly see that we had a fresh order block right here. Look at that. Oh, that's not the one. This one is the fresh order block. And if we go to the other time frames, you can see that we have an outside bar on the H2 as well. The H1 also has an order block, and that indicates me the area that I want to be, that I am interested in trading. And actually, because this is on the you want to be trading the one that is the tightest of the overlap, which is that area. And if you go to lower time frames, you can start looking for your quasis, right? Where are the areas? Do you have a quasi or not? In this case, the neckline would be here. And I see a very beautiful quasi right there, or entry order block on that this is on the H5. This is the label on that order block is not correct, but I'll change it so you guys can see. And these are the areas that I'm going to be watching now and forever into eternity, for me to see an opportunity. And I'm going to be watching here to see how does price react to these levels. If it is something, if more people are seeing these structures, or whatever reason price reacts to them, there should be a reaction, right? And that is my confirmation. And once I get that reaction, and that's my sign that I need to get in. And I don't know, and I don't. It sounds a little bit maybe careless, or perhaps even disinterested or indifferent, it doesn't really matter what happens next. That is my plan. And, with the data, I know that this done correctly, consistently, yields profit. And that's it. That's my job. And after that, I just leave it alone and let it do its thing, let the probabilities play out. And thank you, Deanna, for being with us. So lovely always having you here.
Great to see you all. Thanks, Victor. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care, Deanna. Have a tremendous day.
Thank you. Bye,
All right.
everyone.
Bye bye. All right. So let's see. We have let's organize our. I think it's okay, right? Let's put some music. There we go. All right. So I think that is yes, that should be okay. All right. So let's check the chat. Let's see what you guys are doing. Don Arija Tilaka. Storyline, you mean the narrative? You mean the idea behind why I'm looking for one direction or a reversal or a continuation of a of price? If that is what you refer to, then the idea is that on the higher time frame, I understand, even though this is within a supply zone, I understand that there is that market did reverse using, to me, a quasi, right, and where this is the head, and reversing, coming back and moving out of it. To me, it makes sense. It is something that happens often. The price will take out that high, that previous, the top of that structure of that quasi, meaning that even though we're very close to it, it's not a huge trade. I You can start looking for alignment, looking for other reasons in that direction, and that is the storyline as you described it. Thank you for that question. All right, let's take a look at what pair would you guys want me to look at while we're still have about 55 minutes into this stream, or not into the stream, left for this stream. I'd like to invite you, or um, suggest you to hit the like button if you think this is helpful, if you are enjoying yourself watching this content on trading. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber yet, because that is how you can contribute in making this even better, right? This channel, I mean. All right, so we have a five, let's say, you can trade this, any different, a number of ways to trade that. I can even spot a on the 15-minute a reason here to go. You see, looking at the price action here, you have to come up with some reasons, some rules, some indicator that can be, actual indicators on the chart, or they can be candlestick combination that indicate to you, right? That's why what I mean by indicators, that indicate to you that buyers are coming in to defend this area. And if they are, then the probability of price actually moving away from this area becomes real, right? It's not 100% sure, but that you need to at least have that to happen. That needs to happen in order for the price to at least have a chance of responding to that area. It will, a lot of the times it will still go through it, but that's fine. That's part of that's inevitable. That's unavoidable. You will have these levels that are not going to hold. The fact that it is at the end of a push doesn't help. By that I mean we had a very nice push, so there is still a lot of space below us for price to continue to go deeper. Right? Meaning this retracement so far from this impulsive move is really very benign, very not that significant yet, right? So there are reasons, as usually the case. There also, you can still make a case, even in the best setups, you could still make a case that it could fail. But that's beside the point. The point isn't the setup doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be valid, meaning meeting the criteria that you set forth in your trade plan in order to take the trade, and that's it. So let's see. So we're going to be watching this perhaps for some time, see how the market reacts to this structure. And if it does continue, what would be the targets we have? Well, we have, obviously, we have this as one target. The TP that I have in here is from a different setup that I had before, but it's indicating basically the same thing, right? It's something that is related, or a level that is related to that high that I just indicated here. Let me just see if I can make this work. There we go. And that's not the one I wanted. Maybe not the TP one. I wanted to, let me just move it. That would be better. There, right? So that will be the first area that I'm looking for. But obviously, there is plenty of space. If it takes this out, then it makes sense that the market has, on a daily basis, enough room for a continuation move to the next level. And the next level in this case would be, look at that, the ATR of today, or the range, I should say, 27.6. That's nothing. So the market can go, could potentially go, travel a big range or distance on either side. Okay, so if it does break, we have that possibility of pushing quite further, or perhaps it will stay compressed, and tomorrow will break that inside bar and for its continuation. Who knows? We'll have to see that. But in terms of the entry, not the entry. What am I saying? In terms of the ATR, right? The average. Let's check what is the average trading range. That is 80.6 currently, at least with the settings that I have it at. And actually, I need the low of that candle, that swing low, and there we go. And measure how much it is to the next structure on the H4, which is the time frame. And that's 59, which makes a lot of sense. You could, possible areas that I would be considering will be that high to begin with, that lower border of that weekly, I believe it is, and in H4 on the quasi, the bigger quasi to the left. Those are the levels that I would consider as possible areas to put your TP, if this holds, of course. And we did have a very nice reaction on the 3-minute, but it seems to me that it's going to it's not respecting on that second. We have this reaction here. Look at that big wick. And we didn't get follow through, and we'll have to wait for to see on different time frames if it actually closes there to invalidate that setup or not. Once it's closed on the particular time frame, then the whole setup would be, the whole idea would be thrown in the trash bin, as far as I am concerned. We'll have to wait. It seems to be quite weak on the second retest, not holding up. That's it is. You don't get frustrated when that happens. You don't win anything. You don't, advance by reacting on, a structure. It's just normal operation, because some will hold, some will not, and that's fine. That's just normal. All right. So on the 1 minute, it already broke below, and on the 2-minute, it's going to close in 15 seconds. But as the longer it stays there and starts closing on multiple time frames, the less likely it is to come back. And once it's closed on all the relevant time frames, that idea goes out the window. All right, let's check the chat to see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Okay, we have Milo's thinking about gold. Let's take a look at gold in a short while. Easy B. I don't have a. I did do a couple of videos and presentations on order blocks, but it's not. It's a presentation, not a course, like complete course on order blocks and or quasis. But I am working on one for the ABL community. So stay tuned for that. And in the meantime, you can join us in Discord every weekday, and I'm there from Monday to Wednesday in 45 minutes after the YouTube session to talk about anything related to trading. But it's and in those sessions, a lot of the times I break the market down in sometimes in even greater detail, and I do a lot of that already. It's quite detailed what I do on YouTube already, but sometimes even more detailed. We can go through it and have great conversations on what how my workflow works and what are the things that you could perhaps try out for yourself. And all the concepts that I trade, I talk about them on these workshops, and everyone is very welcome, is invited to join us in these sessions. The way to get in is getting an account with the Fifers, right? The most the less expensive one is the $39, and just with that you can get free entrance to the Discord community in the dashboard. If you don't know where to find it, check with the chat, the support through the chat, and they will help you. Right, on the 3 minutes, the 1, the 2, and the 3 minutes is already close below. That's a sign of a lot of weakness. The 5 is still pending, and that's to me the last thing that I would still be waiting before I discard that area. Right, that order block is still holding. The chances are very slim that this will still hold, but we'll have to just be patient and trade it. Trade what you see, not what you want or what you think or expect, but trade what is actually in front of you in closed candles. Okay, let's see. Abdal asking about managing risk and position sizing when trading a funded account. We can talk a complete hour, and not only one, a couple of on this topic, because I think it's something that is I practice a lot, and I think is very useful for everyone to have a clear understanding of position sizing, right? The lever, the tools that you use, the method that you apply your risk management or you implement your risk management through the decisions you make in your position sizing. On the funded account, you said specifically, I'm going to have a lower risk than on evaluations, and even lower than if it has a 2-step, I'm going to have a as I progress through the different steps, I lower my risk, right? Because I have not only money invested, but also more time, right? And it becomes more valuable than the account that is to me. So I want to make sure that the risk that I take reflects that importance that it has to me. All right, coming back, as we're talking, we are seeing some good reaction, but it's not enough yet. Look at that order block. It is forming an order block on the 5 minute, but look at that price action. It is quite weak, I would confess. And we can also, looks very, very weak to be fair. But we'll have to see, right? This is the quasi. You can see if it creates a new structure to trade from, or that it gives you some kind of entries on the time frames that we're looking at. Okay, I was gonna say let's look at that. All right, so that's one thing. So as you progress more, and the account is you have invested more time in it, and as the capital is more important to you, is more significant to you, I would lower my risk. That's one thing. The second thing is on position sizing. There is a presentation I did on the 5th of November last year that I talked about risk management. You can find it on the YouTube channel, this channel, and where I talk about 2 concepts that I think will be able to help you Abdal on this topic. One is the concept of the available risk capital, and to always base your risk management decisions based on the available risk capital. What is it exactly? I'm not going to go in too much detail. You can find it in the video, of course, but it is actually the capital that you have to your disposal to play with. It's not the balance. Let me give you that hint. Not the equity either. That's one thing. And using the available risk capital, the other thing is a fixed fractional risk, meaning that you're taking a fixed fraction, which also can be expressed as a fixed percentage of the available risk capital as the basis of that position sizing, right? Using available risk capital and a fixed fraction for your position sizing. And as you are, because it's a fixed fraction, it depends constantly what the available risk capital is. As the available risk capital is growing, you're going to have a bigger lot size, even though the fraction is still fixed. It's the same fraction, so you're not taking bigger risks relative to your capital, to your available risk capital, but the size of the position may be bigger. But it's in terms of percentage of your available risk capital, it's the same, right? So those are things that I can give you. I would recommend you check that video for further details. I hope that helps. And if not, I'm here. You can come back and ask me anything you want. And depending on the time, we can dive deeper into these subjects, or join us on our workshop, as we mentioned before. Okay, let's see. No problem. That's why we're here. We're happy. It makes us happy to help as many as possible become, the best trader you can become. That's the goal, right? Don't compare it to yourself, to anyone else. I mean, we want to be the best traders we can become within the constraints of everything we are. All right, great. The area is before we go to gold, on the 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3 order time frame, and on the 5, there is a, let's see, all of them have been taken out the order blocks, right? This one has been, look at that close on the 5-minute below that candle, right? That's a sign for me to invalidate that candle, or the setup, I mean, that close below that order block. But we can still look for a possible reversal or creation of a new structure, meaning this, right? So we can still have this break and continue higher. And even though it's not the same, it's not the areas from the left, it's a new structure that is being created, it doesn't matter. What it matters is that the market very often uses these patterns to reverse. So if it is going to reverse, it's quite likely to use a pattern like this. But in order for this to happen, it needs to take out this quasi neckline before. Otherwise, you don't do anything. If it does this, I'm not interested, because to me, that's not a quasi. Or it can still create these quasis with future, as long as the H1 or the H2 do not close below this level, below that level, right? That's the sand, the line in the sand. Once it closes there, to me, there's nothing to be done. I want to be out of that trade. I don't want to, I mean, if it triggered before, I can still keep the trade, but I want to be, take everything away from the chart, because I don't want to have anything. I don't want to have a new signal anymore once that happens. That's a sign that it is, broken. It is completely broken, and will not be able to, you will not be able to use it for as a trade, because it's an invalidation rule. Okay, let's look at gold. Someone asking for giveaways. Who wouldn't want giveaway all the time, right? It cannot be Christmas every day. That's a saying in some parts of this world. But almost every day, right? Here are the fifers. It can be Christmas almost every day. All right, so let's take a look at gold or any other pair you guys want me to look at. Great. Mani saying the AU long. That's very nice. Let's see. That was the area that I was talking about. This is the area that needed to be respected, that needed to have reversal from, and it broke away from it very cleanly. Look at this. There isn't a reversal pattern on, at least on the 5 minute. I don't know on the lower time frames. There was one on the 2, but that only, let me go to the 2 to see if it indicated anything. Look at that. I'm gonna give you guys a little tool here, little thing here. So who can tell me when an order block gets invalidated? Who here in the chat? Who can be the first one to tell me when, at least to me? I know it's a kind of specific question to me, but to me, when is an order block invalidated, negated? Anyone? There is a delay in the chat between when you hear me and when I say things and you actually hear me of about, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. So we'll have to be a little patient to letting everyone react. Not all at once, please. But who here can tell me when is an order block invalidated, period? No matter if it's an entry order block on a quasi or if it's a fresh order block, a general rule. Nani says when it becomes a breaker block. Lil Saint says close of the candle body. Very, you're getting warm, Lil Saint. Dawn says after the first time used. That's very as well. It's not quite what I'm looking for, but it's true. Each one, yes. Dawn line. Kim says when it's been tapped into. Yes, you're almost there, everyone. When it becomes a breaker block, there you go, Abdal. You got it. This is the answer I was looking. By the way, the other ones are not exactly incorrect, but this is the answer that I was looking for. It is when price closes beyond the limit, beyond that order block. And there's a little detail that I would add to it. It's exactly, Vinicius said it as well. And even though it seems like Vinicius might have heard by the time he wrote this, there is a delay. So it is when you have a price, when price closes beyond that order block. But there's one little detail that makes the sentence complete. And that detail is in the time frame of the order block. Okay, so it's time frame specific because the close is not at the same time on the different time frames, of course, right? The close on the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, they're going to have different closes in time. So it needs to be at the time frame of where the order block is visible. So in this case, we're looking at an entry order block of the 2 minutes. Look at that, the 2 minutes, right? So as price comes back to this order block, this structure, you want to take the entry short, right? After the market tells you, convinces you by price action that the sellers have come to the market, right? And what exactly you use, that's up to you. What your trigger will be, that's up to you. But that is what we're looking for. And what does price do? You see, we have one candle here. Hi, Jonatan. How are you doing? We have one candle here on the 8.
Hey, Victor.
On the 2 minutes, we have one candle here. Does this candle tell us, everyone in the chat, I know there's a delay, but still try your best to be as quick as possible. Does this candle tell you that sellers have come in? I'll leave you a little pause for you to enter, and I'll continue as if you entered or the answer already. Yes or no? Does this candle right here or any candlestick combination up to this point tell us that the market has switched, that the sellers are taking control? Okay. All right. That's one thing. That's one question. First step. Then the next one. The next bar that is interacting with that order block. Does at this point on the second candle there, the red one, does the price action tell you anything? I don't know what you're using, but whatever you're using to read price action, does price tell you that the sellers have taken control? Right? Either by the OHLC data, the open, the high, the low, and the close, or some indicator, some whatever candlestick formation, three that crows, doji, ninja, whatever you're using for your candlestick combinations. But the second question is, does the second one tell us that the sellers have come in? Okay. And the last one is this one. Does the third one tell us that the sellers have come in? Because that's what we're waiting. We're waiting for the sellers to come in. And once you have answered all of these, what happened at the finish at the end of the third candle? It closed beyond the bearish entry order block, meaning the setup is gone. It's no longer there. No matter what price does, it doesn't count anymore, right? And if I don't know about you, but my way of reading price action in none of these candles, it told us that the sellers came in before it created and invalidated that entry order block, meaning you wouldn't be in the trade. Even though you had everything build up, neckline, the retracement, fib, the hourly telling you that this could be a area to react from, and it did react from, right? Did react from that area. You expect, okay, there could be a continuation of follow-through movement, but you have to wait for the confirmation of price action. And in price action, in three candles, those three candles that were as from the moment price started interacting with that order block, it never gave you the sign to, I don't think so in your way of reading price action, but in my way, and I'm pretty sure in yours as well, it never told us that or indicated that it could be a reversal or a change of who is in control. So very easy once you apply very structured, objective way to read price action. Jonatan.
Yes. Should we do a little giveaway? Let's hit those. Let's get those likes numbers up, and we're gonna do a little giveaway. So right now, what we're doing is we are. Let's see. Where do we have the? We have the giveaway link in the comment section. Now, what I want you all to do is, let's see. I got a link for you. So there's this new platform called the Trusted Prop. I don't know if it's new. I think it's new, but they're doing this long story short, we want you guys to go into the Trusted Prop and leave a nice little review for the Fivers. If you like the Fivers, of course, leave a review in there. And it's best to do so on desktop, because we've seen that on mobile it's a little bit more difficult. Make sure I'm gonna just add it in the comment section.
Okay.
Right there. You see, that's part of it. It's also a step in the giveaway, right? So you go into the giveaway. What you have to do is you have to subscribe to the channel and then go in to. That's the wrong one. This is the right one. So go in there and you can find the link in the comment section. Go in there and leave a nice little review. We're going to do a draw of today's giveaway. So today I'm going to give away 2 5K high stakes account, all right?
Yoo-hoo.
2 5K high stakes account. Let's do it. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, there we go. 2 winners of 5K's high stakes account. Let's see what we get here. All right, there we go. Tuco M and Ian 22. Congratulations, guys! You just won one 5K high stakes account each. Congratulations. You're gonna get an email sent to you with a coupon code where you can activate that account. You're gonna get it sent to the email that you used to register for the Gleam website. All right, Victor, what are we looking at today? Oh, wait, let me get this one. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, never mind. I can't find it.
What is
Never
it
mind.
you're looking for?
I'm looking for balloons.
Balloons? No,
Yeah, balloons.
I have no idea where the balloons are.
No? Oh, okay. What's happening now? What am I doing? Have I...
Nothing
Did I-
happening. Nothing is happening.
Nothing is happening. Okay. I'm not used to removing everything. Okay, let's just go to your screen. I don't know what I'm doing. What are you trading today, Victor?
I'm trading, not surprisingly, EU, and I'm looking at a little area that on the H4. Today's range has been very tight. Only 28 pips, or actually a little bit more than that, because it took the day's low. Actually, right now it's 30 pips, so you got to be careful when you're trading tight areas, because it still has the possibility to expand on both sides. But I'm looking for the possibility that the H4, the fresh order block that we are seeing right here, let me indicate that could be the area that price is coming back to retest to continue its path forward, because we're coming from below, meaning the impulsiveness is a bullish impulsiveness. We have some up and down retracement, and then the continuation. That's the idea, but just not only based on market structure, but the H4, this H4. And if we go to lower time frames, we're not able to get a tighter area, but it is visible on multiple hourly time frames. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a reversal of this area. This order block has been invalidated, but the whole area, and it didn't trigger on the time frames that I was looking, or it did trigger, by the way, but it not in the order blocks that we have from the left. So, and I'm looking for places on the H1 on the 1 minute to see if we can form a new reversal pattern, because that would be my entry to go along on this, and targeting the top of that move. At least that will be the FTA, and then perhaps leave something open for the rest of the day, because I think it could still continue to, perhaps depending on the momentum and its speed, although time is running out, it can still continue and have some follow through after that move. But we'll have to see on that. At least go to the top of that range, which is at the TP would be something close to 17.21.7. That's on EU, by the way. And on GU, I'm still open. The trade is still open. A trade that I took before, took partials on it, and the trade is still going. And it became a swing trade, so I don't look at it anymore. Only once a day, I check to see if I have to do anything, and the trade is going to the next. Well, not the trade is going, but the TP is set at before the next structure in a relevant time frame. That's my trading status.
Right, yeah, I'm also long on EUs. Let's see if I can bring up my screen here and share the
How is the EA going?
EA.
Not,
EA.
yes,
Oh,
not.
wow. Oh, damn. Yeah, it's going good. Oh, very good. Let's share that one instead. Okay. I think I made a mistake because it can't be. Yeah, the position size. I think I made a mistake here, but I'm in good profit. Okay, so let's go to the. This is a MetaTrader account connected with the. Where is my screen? It's here, number 6. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So this is the MetaTrader account where I have the EAs, not on this specific computer though, but you can see right here it's currently in a sell on Euro JPY, and I think this is based on the 1 hour. That is correct. It does not have a stop loss, so this EA is not using a stop loss, which means it can't be a. Wait, this is a bootcamp account. I need to have a stop loss. Right?
Don't
I
worry.
need to have.
Don't worry. No one from support is watching.
But I'm trading this as any other account. Okay, so the volume for this one is 1. Okay,
that was
so
a joke, Jonatan.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, definitely. So okay, so why? I'm just gonna go in. So I do have a software here where I can log into the actual to the servers. I got a server in my living room looking at. So what I have to do here is just quickly go in and check what the. Okay, so I'm in on, I believe, this one. I need to go in and check the. Okay, so it's risking on that one 0.25%. On this one, it's risking, just give me a second here, 0.25% to 0.25%. So according to the calculations here, it's going to risk 0.25%, but that makes no sense because it doesn't have a stop loss. So it can't calculate the risk per trade because it doesn't have a stop loss. So what's doing instead is it goes with the it goes with the option of doing maximum lot size and minimum lot size. So the minimum lot size is 1 lot and the maximum is 5, so it went with the minimum lot size. Now this is important. This is things that I need to figure out, because as you can see here, I'm currently in profit of 365, which is quite a lot on a 25k account.
It is.
And if it goes down to that TP, that means the profit will be, wow, $3,800. That, yeah, okay, that is
that passes the phase right away. I mean, halfway through the TP already is passing the challenge.
So this is a bit like I'm a fella, I'm employed at the company, and not even I am following the rules of the company. So I bought this account with my own money. So this is my account, which then I'm thinking, shouldn't this position be closed? Is it not supposed to be closed automatically? Because I've never not had a stop loss open,
Well, the rules are that you need to put it within, I believe, within 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, or 5 minutes, something like that, within a relatively short period, but ample for anyone to do so. You need to put in the stop loss, and if not, it's a violation, and you're allowed to have 5 violations, if I'm not mistaken, before it has consequences.
Okay, well, that sucks because this is a very profitable EA.
But that would be just one violation.
I know. Okay, so I'm gonna go into the boot camp here and see. I should get an email, right?
Perhaps when you close, it will check. I don't know when it checks it, but perhaps it will check it when you close the position.
Okay, now the question is, do I have some sort of special privilege here at the company? Have I just realized that I might have some type of special privilege, or is it just the fact that it's like this is that would be an unfair advantage? I wouldn't like that. Okay. Because this is a bootcamp account. So I guess what I have to do is I have to I need to put in a stop loss. That's what I need to do. I need to put in a stop loss. So I'm going to put it at, just to put something in, 174.020. Now that is a this is I gotta close this trade.
I think you have to. I think you have to apply the proper risk and adjust it. You're in profit, so you're gonna just book some profits and do the appropriate risk size, the lot size that you're supposed to be trading. So calculate what it was supposed to be and adjust it accordingly. I'm pretty sure it's not one lot. It's probably a quarter of that or even less. I don't know.
Because I'm gonna do 25,388.
And EU, I'm gonna switch while you're doing that.
No, wait a minute. I'm gonna. So the risk. So a 1/4% of this account, if I'm not mistaken, should be $63.
The whole balance, you mean?
Yeah.
Let me.
I think the balance.
I wasn't looking at your screen, but its balance is 25,300. So a 1% would be $250, 38 cents, and a 1/4% would be a quarter of that, which would be what is 60 something dollars.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so the loss right now on this account, if it hits stop loss, is 950. Now, if we take 950, so what I need to do is I need to close 0.95, right?
Let me put the stop loss the place where it's supposed to be.
Right here. It's supposed to be right here, and
what
the
does
loss
it tell
is
you?
905.
900. So you want it to be 60.
Yeah, so but yeah.
Or maybe not, but so you have to change it accordingly. 60 is 15 times smaller than, so you need to want to one divided by 15, which is 7 point something, but you don't have 7 point something on the micro lots.
What I can do is I can close 0.
You can partially close. We can't see it, by the way, when you're doing it, because it's another window.
Okay. So I'm closing 0.95. So now I have 0.05, and the loss is 45. Okay, that's good enough. It's below that, but it's good enough. Okay, so I booked some partial profit on that one. Now what I need to do is I need to go in. I need to go in, and I need to. I don't think I can have this EA running on a bootcamp account.
No, but you can. The only thing is what you can do is, I don't know all the parameters, but if it's a fixed number of pips, then you can have fixed lot size, because then the risk would be fixed. But if it's not, then you have to put something maybe on average, and you can still use that same EA without modification, just using a fixed lot size. And you can have a trade manager put in a fixed distance, at a fixed distance, put a stop loss in for you without touching or tinkering with the EA. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, or you can adjust the EA as well to actually have a stop loss placement which is correctly in terms of risk.
Yeah, I think what I could do is to modify the EA so it's going to put in a stop loss, but risk is not calculated using the stop loss, and the stop loss is only there for the bootcamp account, and the stop loss is not going to get hit. Yeah.
That makes sense as well.
I need to do that.
Take the highest lot size, or the lowest pip that you've seen in the history, the lowest distance, and use that as the max, as your lot size max.
Let's see if the dashboard updated here after the trade. Yeah, it did. So we can go in and we can look at the We can look at the dashboard for this account. Let me share that. Should be this one. Okay, so this is the EA account. As you can see, it's closed at EUR/JPY sell. There's the equity curve. Obviously, is very quite messy, but
I think it's fine.
yeah, it is fine. I mean, it's fine, and I'm adding more EAs. It's the issue though that the two last EAs that I added, I believe both of them on EUR/JPY might actually be using a system without a stop loss, and then I have to. And it's always complicated when you have an EA that's working and then you have to modify it, and you got to make sure that the modification you do is not
Changing
affect
the logic.
Exactly, not changing the logic of the EA. But this is what we got right now. We have big winners on USD/JPY last week here, and then we have this one. So yeah, interesting, very interesting development here. Let's see where we're gonna land on that in the.
Did I see $800 in profit already?
Yeah, I believe. Share. What can I share here?
Not your bank account.
No, my bank account. No. How much? Yeah, $800 in profit. What about the funded account though? Let's. Where am I on the funded account? Yeah, slowly but sure. You know what? You know what sucks? The copy trader that I used. I used Trader Connect, the one that Griff is working for, and now they've they don't offer MetaTrader anymore. So it disconnected all the accounts. Now, of course, it got disconnected before these winners. So where you saw that downtrend in equity curve at the very bottom, that's where the funded account is. It's very very annoying. So now I need to set up a new copy trading software. If you have any suggestions, guys, in the comment, let me
FX
know. Yeah, but FX Blue, I've tried it. It's local, it's free, but then you have to it seems so advanced setup.
I'm an expert on it.
Okay.
I know the copier inside out.
I want a cloud-based software. I just log in and then I just put in all the settings instead of having all the MetaTrader open.
I understand.
Because you need to have with FX Blue, you need to have one MetaTrader instance open for each account, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Don't forget, guys, if you like the authenticity of our stream, the rawness of what we're doing, the transparency of our thoughts and the discussions and the dialogues that we're having here, we're not doing it just because, for no reason. We're actually doing it deliberately, consciously discussing these things in front of the camera, so what we are, as traders dealing with, and how we navigate these risks and mitigate them as best as possible, because these are the exact things that all traders will at some point in their career will deal with. Most likely how they mitigate copying, how they if they have an EA, how they what things do they need to worry about and care. It's the day-to-day things that traders deal with, and that's exactly the idea behind this stream, to show you what we do, right, and how we think about trading and different issues and struggles and challenges that we face as traders, to be a good example. As we don't have all the answers, but we could give you some ideas in how to deal with them. Maybe you have a better way. Share that in the chat, and we can learn from you. And in the meantime, EU has been reversing very beautifully, graciously from that area that we indicated earlier on the 5 minute, on the 3 minute. And the reversal is very beautiful. It's very early to say anything, but it make the area did come back to that area and reverse from it, right? Whether your entry model has triggered you already or you're still waiting for your trigger, that's besides the point, because we all have different entry models, different rules, different trigger, confirmation, whatever you want to call it. We all have different moments and criteria to enter the trade, but the move has already started, has already reacted to that order block. Whether it's going to hold or not, we don't know. But the reaction is what we were expecting, and that did happen. So beautiful. You're muted.
Okay, now you can hear me, right?
Yes.
There's something wrong with it's muting myself in the software sometimes for some reason. Okay, I'm long on NASDAQ as well.
Okay.
On the EA account, so I'm gonna go over
Whoa,
to
long?
yeah.
That thing is crashing.
Oh, I'm short. Okay, I'm short.
Okay.
Let me
That makes sense.
Wow, why is it looking like that? Wow,
Exactly.
what's that? Okay,
Exactly. Go ahead.
Let me share. Is it Powell speaking? Is it something that Powell said? Anyway, you can see here that I am short on NAS here. So went
beautiful.
short right here, got the stop loss here. This is no stop. The stop loss is actually up here to 1-to-1. This system is based on 1-to-1 risk reward. Let me see. I think it might have something to do with someone doing something, speaking, say something. I don't know. Let's see.
There was a Powell supposed to speak about an hour ago, an hour and 25 minutes or so ago. Maybe, I don't think he's still speaking. But the move started about 25 minutes ago. Maybe it was the speech. Maybe I got my hours mixed up.
I just saw that the U.S. and China, they're gonna have trade negotiation here in Sweden. Like apparently, interesting. I might go to the capital.
I was just gonna say we might see in the background.
I will take this little portable little. Oh wow, I dropped it. This little mic I got here, and I will go there. I'm like, Mr. China, let me talk to you about trade. Trump, maybe Trump's going to be there. Probably not. Do you think Trump's going to be there? Nah,
I don't think
probably
so.
not. They're probably going to send some guy. I'm going to stand out there screaming, Trump, come talk to me, with a sign. Stand there. Please join the live trading room. Wouldn't that be fun? We could host it here. We could host a trade negotiation here on stream. We'd be hosting the Chinese delegation as well as the American delegation right here.
I think it will be helpful for the negotiations to have them take place in our studio. Sure, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, definitely. We'll do like a game show out of it. You know,
we'll do a poll before. We'll do some giveaways.
Yeah. which leader is the best? Go in the comment section right now. How many percent of tariffs should we go for? Go vote in the poll right now.
We can do some, instead of doing technical analysis, we can do some body language analysis, right? During, before, like how each delegate member, the stride, how big the strides are, and what that tells us about the confidence and the intentions and whatnot. I think that's very good for for the traders, so they know what to trade.
But see, on a serious note, though, why did we see this this move on NASDAQ? This is, I mean, this is a massive move. Something's driving this.
Yes, the Powell speech was supposed to happen, or did happen, I assume, an hour and a half ago, and the move started almost 25 minutes ago, which is an hour after the speech was supposed to start. I don't know if it takes that long for the speech to actually, because I don't know if he starts actually speaking on the minute of that times on the Forex Factory. I would assume so, but I'm not sure. But yeah, it may have something. I don't see anything else could be the reason. And on financial juice, there isn't anything that pops up so far.
But this is a given the environment. Okay, so I mean, given the overall financial environment, I don't see why you would get such a move to the downside in just 1 hour candle. Well, I guess it's just I guess it's just perhaps I don't know. I really don't know.
Hmm.
It looks like we should be having something fueling this. But Victor, we're getting to the end of the live stream here today. So I think it's time to thank our beautiful audience and wishing you all the best. And we're gonna see you all tomorrow. And tomorrow we have a couple of guests coming on. Okay, we got Ellis coming on. And then we have a new guest coming on as well, which is going to be a little bit of a surprise for you guys. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow when we're back. And yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great stream, fun stream, huge stream. Make sure that you tune in. Victor, any last words?
Goodbye.
Oh wow, nothing more than that, huh?
No,
Okay.
thank you, everyone. I'd like to invite everyone for the workshop we're going to be hosting in 45 minutes from now in the Discord community. You're all invited, all 100,000 of you that are watching us right now. You're all invited to come and join us. It's going to be cozy. It's going to be fun. You don't want to miss that. It's going to be like a bonfire. We're going to be sitting around it, talking friends, high school friends from forever, since forever. And that's it. I thank you all for all those good comments, those interactions, the engagement you give us makes everything run smoothly. I think really like that. So see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you all tomorrow. And as you said, Victor, you heard this before. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire in that Discord session. See you all tomorrow. Take care and have a great Tuesday, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye.